right, Bones, cut the music. We gonna get started with the show. Hey, tonight we have a special guest, a good friend of the show. I'm just going to call her Angel Marie. The tongue does not feel ready to pronounce the last two names. So we're just going to go Angel Marie. Got her coming up in just a short. In the meantime, I don't know what all's going on with paranormal, lots of paracons. I'm booked solid through the first 2 weeks in October. So I'm taking, if anybody wants to be on the show late October or early November, they can talk with me. I may have a cancellation, who knows? But, such is life. But right now I'm booked solid through the first 2 weeks of October. Anyway, everybody's wondered how I was in the weather-wise. Arkansas didn't get a drop of rain, didn't get a wisp of wind from the hurricane. That was in Florida and Georgia. Of course, a lot of my hometown got some heavy rain. And a little known fact, I'm a Western fan. I remember the Westerners when I lived in Chicago with Richard Crowe. We're pretty good friends. People didn't know that I got to hang around with him once a month discussing Westerns. So if anybody remembers Richard Crowe, you can imagine being able to spend a while from him discussing Westerns and other historical things. It was a big privilege. But my part in knowing a lot about the Wild Wild West, Doc Holliday of Wyatt Earp and Tombstone fame, of course, was born in Georgia, which was north of where I lived. But as a child, they moved down south to Valdosta, which is south and east of my hometown, Columbus. And that's where his mother died. And that's where he got tuberculosis. Was from his mother while he was taking care of her while she was sick. And she was buried there in Valdosta. Well, she had the hurricane give her cemetery a major soaking and some pretty high wind in Valdosta. In fact, the Weather Channel for a while was broadcasting from downtown metropolitan Valdosta. And if you want to look up Valdosta, Georgia, you can see what kind of conditions they were staying at and the population around. That's a small town, very older town, beautiful homes there, lots of live oak trees. Tallahassee is well known for its oak trees. So I feel sorry for all the trees that were, some of them were broke completely. One, if you look down there at the governor's mansion where DeSantis lives, or should I say DeSantis, it's like you'd like to pronounce it, big live oak broke at the governor's mansion. Fortunately, missed the mansion, but it was laying all over the yard in two major pieces. So they've got a mess to clean up. There's two people I know that's been killed so far. So hearts and prayers are with the Panhandle of Florida, everybody from Tallahassee all the way down to Tampa got a little bit of damage, and into Georgia and there to South Carolina. So keep them in your hearts and prayers until they recover. Some of the major damage down there is maybe a decade being cleaned up. Because I'm familiar with hurricane damage. Some of the damage that Katrina caused New Orleans is still there. And New Orleans is still basically a shadow of the population that it was before Katrina, because a lot of people left and never went back. A lot of the population, there's newer people that came down since Katrina. It's a majorly changed place, personality-wise, got different people. And you can still, even to this day, see some damage that was done during Katrina. So they've got a long way to go. They've got years. And some of those live oaks, it will take 50, 75, 100 years to plant a live oak in that same spot if for them to get anywhere near the size of the tree that fell down, that's laying on the ground right now. So those trees will be a century being replaced. Oh, well, let's get on with the show and get on. Angel Marie, Bones, play our intro. And here we go.
Warning, the following video contains strong language which may be offensive to some viewers and or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Southern Fried Paranormal with Len Dorman featuring Bones. Catch us on Spotify, iHeart, iTunes, Spreaker, Facebook, Stream, and everywhere else you catch your podcasts. And of course, WLFD-DB.com. Now, from the backwoods of southeast Arkansas, right beside the Bayou Bartholomew, the longest bayou on the planet, broadcasting from downtown metropolitan Cane Creek Township, here is your host, Len Dorman.
What's this slow tonight?
Hello, Len. Hello, everyone.
Hello. And hello to everybody watching the show, either live on Facebook or YouTube, or if you're watching on the WLFEDB radio network, or if they're watching it on delay with the podcast networks, and no telling on what part time of day they're watching it. So daytime, nighttime, evening time. Hello, glad to have you watching. So, how are you, and what have you been doing lately?
I am well. Thanks for asking. And what have I been doing? Oh, it's probably easier to ask me what I haven't been doing. I've been really busy. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the paranormal has like ramped up and gone crazy. My phone just rings off the hook. People wanting me to come and check stuff out. I have another big warehouse to go and investigate. Some ladies pretty worried because they have a resale shop in this big old warehouse, and stuff that's been on shelves for years and years is now coming flying off the shelves at her every day. She sees this old man walking through every once in a while. She's like, you got to come and check this out. She's like, because she's like, I'm scared to death and I don't know what to do. I'm like, but when you get old stuff, when you buy estates and stuff, I tell people all the time, be careful, be careful, because you don't know what you got in it. Stuff tends to get attached to furniture.
That's right.
So
this chair you see over my shoulder, either shoulder, this chair was bought at a resale shop, and that's where they got their stuff.
Yep. You buy stuff at old estates.
We bought a lot. There was a it's since closed. They were going around when there was estate sales and buying stuff, and we bought a lot of stuff from them. In fact, our whole bedroom, we only have only thing that we brought down was the bed. We have a table, a little work table.
Mm-hmm.
We have a dresser, a chest of drawers, a shelf unit, and two little storage bins, and two beside the bed tables that we all got from the store. And we got two dressers that we got in secondhand stores in our closet. So we noticed when we first got here, there wasn't a whole lot of activity here. But then as time went on, you started getting a few things roaming around. They get used to their new surroundings. The next thing you know, they're roaming around. And we've had walkthroughs. People have gotten where they're used to where we live. So my wife's grandmother has walked through a few times, especially when I cook squash and onions, which is her favorite meal.
Yep, that'll ramp them up.
And she loved the way I did it. Yeah, because she had some of my squash and onions, and she liked the way I did it. So if I do that, she's around. Or sometimes we're cooking something new. Gail's father comes through and hang around with his cigarette smoke. Because neither one of us smoke. Gail is allergic, actually. So we know when he's walking through. And a little known thing, the pad that I use for EchoVox.
Uh-huh.
That's all I've got. It's not connected to the internet, although it's got Facebook on it. It's got Facebook and YouTube on there. I don't hook it up to the internet. I've never hooked it up. I would have to go through there and hook everything up to the internet. But that was her father's pad. He bought it.
Huh.
And we've actually got one of his TVs in our den. So we got a whole lot of secondhand stuff here that you don't know what's attached, or it can paranormally go crazy. And I'm getting where I'm having more and more activity when I do my EchoVox sessions on Tuesday. I don't get a whole lot on the spirit box. I've tried most weeks. I try to get stuff from the spirit box and get very little. I'm lucky to get a word or two.
Huh.
But the spirits around here, they love the EchoVox.
Well,
Talking.
that table is right behind me, past my shoulder. That's where I got him. I got him at the secondhand store. And I found him right away. I walked in and I told my husband, I said, oh boy. And he's like, what? I said, there's somebody here. And I'm like, and I got to find him. So I walked all over this big warehouse, and I stood in front of this ugly table. If you would see it at the top of it, it is the ugliest thing you've ever seen. It's got cigarette burns in it. You can actually see there's like a divot where he sat with his elbow pressed on it and sat there and smoked cigarettes, nonstop. And yeah, I can do table tipping with him and stuff. I take him places with me, moves the glass and everything for people. He hates men. He only likes women. It's the funniest thing. But yeah, his name's Ed, and he's a hoot. But he's my buddy. And then I just picked up a haunted cabinet. So, I mean, yeah. I just been collecting haunted objects and going ghost hunting and trying to find out some more answers to this crazy world. How about it?
This is a crazy world. It gets crazier every day. Our politics is just absolutely bonkers in this country right now.
That's for sure.
It's popcorn time with everything going on. And we're sitting here arguing with each other over minor legal parts, splitting the country in half over what amounts to really not a whole lot. And we're, up this far from World War III.
Yeah.
I mean, you have Russia trying to crash our drones in Syria. You have China blocking access to Filipino freighters and fishing boats. You have Australia buying nuclear submarines. You have China making out like they're going to put a blockade on Taiwan and saying that in 2024 or 25 they're going to invade on. And then you got the mess in Ukraine. And we've had about 4 or 5 Americans die in Ukraine so far. Most people don't know that. Of course, they're not representing the United States. They're going over there just to fight. Mm-hmm. I actually volunteered because I had to fire the main gun, on a Stryker and a Bradley fighting vehicle. But they don't want a 67-year-old man with a pot belly over there firing a gun. Mainly because I don't care.
I think you could take them. I think you could take them. You got this.
That'd be like Rambo. I'd be over there. I'd be firing that main gun, and do damage to a line of trucks.
Why did I just?
There are videos on YouTube showing what a gun, what the Bushmaster gun can do.
Why you just pictured that all in my head? I can see you over there.
Oh, if I blink off, like I just did for a second, just keep talking.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if it takes me off too, or if it's just you. So, I can keep talking.
Or a combination.
Yeah, this could be bad.
So, have you got? Yeah. Have you ever? He gets better the later he gets. People, I got gamers here on the same network. Later, as soon as they go to bed. That's why I do this show on Thursdays, and I do it late because about 5 o'clock, everybody gets off work. This is really slow internet.
Yeah.
Just can't afford to go to the Elon Musk system. I know we can get it here because sometimes you can see the satellites on a clear sky, clear night.
Yeah.
So if you see the satellites, that means that a dish can find them. And we could get that, but that's $150 a month. That's about $500 for the initial setup.
I was looking into that because I live in a rural area, and I was like, I'm just not ready to go that far into it yet. Nope, I just stick with what I got now. So. Yeah,
that's what we're doing. So have you done an investigation? I have not. I've not been able to get out. It's been too hot. I haven't even gone. I got a cemetery a mile from the house. In fact, it's shorter than a mile if by the way the crow flies.
Yep.
But I have to go the opposite direction to get to the street and go around. If my neighbor out here, if we had a road going through my property and the neighbor's property, I could get up there in about half the time. But I hadn't even gone there. It's just been too hot. Plus, in this kind of weather, the snakes are out. And do you really want to go in a cemetery and walk on grass that may or may not have been mowed lately when copperheads and rattlesnakes are out?
Yeah. I don't have that kind of worry here. Well, we have copperheads, a rattlesnake or two, but very rarely. So it's mostly possums, or I have a bear that's been running around here lately, but he's more scared of me than I am of him. So I figured anything out there I'm going to run into, I'm
Yeah.
probably mean, so I'm not worried. But yeah, I went last night because of the super moon. I went to the cemeteries and was hopping around. I had a really good time. The one right up the road from me, it's called Graham Cemetery. It's really old. There's a couple Civil War veterans in there. There was a church way back, like in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and then it burnt down, but the graveyard is still there. And let me tell you, that little cemetery is like got maybe 20 people in it, but it's crazy busy every time I go there. Like they all want to talk to me all at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And the one I told him last night, I said, "Hey, do you remember me? I'm your neighbor." And he says, "Hi, Angel." Just plain as day on the spirit box. My husband was like, this is just getting ridiculous. He's like, it's bad enough. He's like, you go out and people are like, "Hey, you're the ghost chick Angel." He's like, "Now you got the damn spirits going. Hi, Angel." I'm like, I can't help it. They love me. But, they don't have anybody to talk to and they're there. So I think they really like it when I come around, and people get nasty with me sometimes. They're like, "That's so disrespectful." I'm like, is it? Is it disrespectful? I'm doing it in a respectful way. I'm saying hello to them, I'm telling them, there's somebody here. If you want to talk, you want to say something, I got your ear. You're not alone. You don't have to be scared of me. I'm not going to hurt you. It's not like I'm going in there with a Ouija board or anything, and trying to conjure a demon in the cemetery. I'm just there saying, "Hey, how you been?" It's been a while. You got anything you want to say? How's the weather? I'm not being like nasty. I'm just chit-chatting with them. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Hey, you mentioned Ouija boards. Have you seen these Ouija board rugs that some people have down in their house?
Yeah, how about
They've either got it painted to the wooden floor or they brought a Ouija board rug and put it down. I'd be afraid that if you put a Ouija board rug down and you have a cat, the cat could conjure if it decided to run around chasing a ball or something.
That's what I tell people all the time. Because I'm always like, you got to be 21 to drink a beer. But Milton Bradley says it's okay to be 8 years old and conjure a demon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play with them. Nope. I just don't.
I don't know enough about them. If I knew something about them, I might experiment with them if I knew how to do it. But now if somebody else wants to do it, I'm not going to run from them. And I may watch what they're doing, but I'm not going to try it myself. I do not own one, never have.
Yeah, I know how to do it. I know how to open it. I know how to close it. But I'm very on the fence that when you close it, I don't believe that it's truly closed. I just think that it's just like a leaky faucet and something's going to get out, and not on my watch. It's not at my house. No, thank you. That's another thing that I've done since I've talked to you last time. I've been taking courses.
What's that?
I got my certificate in demonology. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, I took courses in that because I figured, if I'm doing this, maybe I better safe than sorry kind of deal. I mean, I have never ran into one, but hey, you never know. And at least I would know what I'm up against a little bit and be a little bit more prepared. You know what I'm talking about? If something would happen.
Yes.
Yeah. I think everybody should. Everybody who's in this field, I think they should. Just to be safe. So that's
Well,
one.
I'm a believer if you got a spirit box or if you got an echo box, you got to close it properly and
Oh,
tell the
yeah.
spirits like when I do it here. Some people say, "Don't do it at your house. You'll get ghosts in your house." I said, "You're gonna have ghosts in your house anyway."
Yeah.
But I'll invite them in to talk when I open it up, and then when I shut it off, I tell them to leave, not to come back in until I invite them back in, and animate about it. And we don't have issues. Now, before, for a while, I would tell them specifically not to bother the wife in the bedroom. And then it got to where if she went to work or went out on air and I was here by myself, I couldn't lay down in the bed because
No.
I could hear things rustling or moving around the room. And I had to say specifically, you must leave the house, me or the wife, either way.
Mm-hmm.
And since I've done that, all the rustling and the noises have stopped.
Well, my ghost that I have, there's 6 that run around my property now. And they know the grandchildren are all off, don't mess with my grandbabies because you're not going to be happy. Yeah. The Chihuahua though is free game because I think it's funny. I might go ahead and mess with the Chihuahua. It's great. He just sits around all the time like, what was that?
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of look like Marty Feldman. Eyes get real big. See all the whites of their eyes.
Yeah.
What was that? Have you been to any Paracons this year?
I've been doing some small conferences. I haven't gotten to any big ones because for some reason, every time I want to do a big one, somebody asked me to either show up at one of their small ones around here. Last weekend, I spoke at the Bigfoot Paranormal Conference in Jefferson County, Pennsylvania. It was really good. We had a really good time. So I wanted to go to Pittsburgh though, because they were having their Curiosities conference and stuff last weekend. And I wanted to go and see that. And I couldn't because I was speaking. So, but yeah, every time I want to go, I have something else to do. But next weekend, I'm going camping. I'm going to a Bigfoot paranormal camp out. I'm going to teach them how to ghost hunt, and they're going to teach me how to find Bigfoot. I don't really want to find Bigfoot.
That sounds like fun.
Well, maybe. I'm not interested in finding Bigfoot. I'm fine with ghosts. But, an 8-foot creature with great big feet that could potentially throw a boulder at you. I just don't think that sounds like a really good time. But there's a haunted cave that they're going to have me come and check out. So I'm like, but does Bigfoot live in it? Because I'm a chubby girl. I can't run.
Bigfoot event, not a ghost.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a haunted cemetery.
I've got artificial knees.
Yeah, you can't run either.
With artificial knees, I haven't run a step in 20 years. Well, I'm not supposed to. But the doctor told me that if you start a running program and try to jog on a regular basis, you can do that with your knees, but you're going to do a half life where you probably will get 15 years at behaving normally. You start a running program, we'll be replacing it again in 7 years.
Yep.
And so starting a running program is just not worth it, especially at my age. So I have not run a step in many years, and I'm afraid if I tried to get up a load of steam for some reason and run a few steps, I'm afraid I'd fall on my face.
Me too. That's why when I take people with me, I tell them rule number 1, there's no running and ghost hunting. But if you see me power walking, you better be behind me.
They better be trying to pass you.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't run. Nope.
But
But
if you got anything planned coming up? Because I'm kind of a blank slate after doing this. I'm just doing the shows. Of course, I'm on 3 nights a week now. I'm on WLFE on Thursday night. Now the other shows, Tuesday night Ghostbox session, Echo Box session, and then my midnight special show on Saturday night at midnight Central. I just play videos. I'll either do I do several things. I'll either replay if I got a great guest. I'll replay the show, especially if they were on for only an hour, because I can. I don't pay for the unlimited, where I can play back a 2-hour long show. I'm cheap. I've only got the ability to play 1-hour shows back. If I got a good 1-hour show, I'll play it back, or I'll just play some videos, some older investigations that I've done.
I have some really big things coming up here. The one that I'm going to be doing all the time is going to be pretty much every weekend in October. I'm going to be at a place called Warehouse 9. It's at the Nomadic Trading Building in Punxsutawney. It's 80,000 square feet. And I'm going to take people ghost hunting. I'm going to show them how to do it, show them how to work all the equipment and do all that stuff. It's a really interesting building. It's huge. Used to be a silk factory back in the day.
Yeah, that oh wow. That sounds like a Segway ghost hunt. Everybody needs a Segway.
Yeah, it's 3 stories, and it's going to be, I can't wait to start it. I just can't wait to start it. I'm so excited. There's a lot of people interested and want to, sign up for it and everything. So I'm going to get that going. In fact, the 15th and 16th of September is going to be the kickoff. And then every weekend in October, plus, of course, Halloween. But, of course, October has Friday the 13th this year. Woohoo! I'm so excited for that.
Yep.
That night, I'm going to do a midnight ghost hunt. So that should be fun. That one's going to be fun.
That sounds like fun. That sounds like fun.
I love to scare people. But the other big thing that I have going on in October is the Veterans Administration contact me. There's an old veterans hospital.
Really?
In Butler, Pennsylvania. I sent you a picture of it. It's 283,000 square feet. 5 stories plus a
building,
a sub-basement, and a morgue. And that one, I'm going to be investigating that. They're interested in finding any evidence because they're trying to save the old building.
This building here?
Yes, that's it. That's the VA hospital.
Okay.
I was there not too long ago to do a walkthrough. It was a 4-hour walkthrough. It was so active.
Wow, I can see that. That's a major building too.
Yeah. It was open. They opened it in the 1930s. It was a tuberculosis sanitarium for a while. And then the Veterans Administration took it over during World War II to bring the wounded soldiers in. And then ever since, it was a VA hospital until 2016 when they built a new one. So now they're like, well, what do we do with this building? A lot of people want to bulldoze it over, but the people that are trying to save it, they're like, listen, we can't because people still live here. When I went, it was the funniest thing. It was the funniest thing. We were up on the 3rd floor, and that floor was where the guys that were a little off their rocker, they were there. Yeah. And we ran into this spirit, and his name was Joey. He was a hoot and a half. I mean, I did the whole, Estes method where you blindfold yourself and put the headphones on and connect it to the spirit box. And everybody was asking questions, and I can't hear what they're saying, I can just hear all this going on in my head. And he was playing music, and he just wanted to dance. And he's playing me like the Rolling Stones and stuff. And I was like, whoa. Wow. And somebody said, where were you stationed? And he was like, in the jungle. So he must have been Vietnam era veteran. And this other guy that was with us, he was a Navy veteran. Well, Joey did not like him. He kept calling him a squid. And I was like, that is not nice. I was like, why is he calling him a squid? I'm like, what are we talking about? I'm like, talking about an aquarium? I didn't understand what was going on because I could just hear him, And then he kept telling somebody to shut up. Here, every time this guy talks to him, he was telling him to shut up, called him a squid and everything else. But then this girl that was with us, my daughter-in-law, she's in one of the pictures there with me with the long hair, Tabby. He had the hots for her. He just kept saying, come on, Tabby, let's dance. Let's dance. And he was smoking. He's smoking. I was like, smoking. And they're like, okay. But yeah, I mean, he was something else. And, we asked him if he wanted to leave. He don't want to leave. That's his home. He wants to stay there. That's his home. He was adamant. He's not going anywhere. And there was quite a few other spirits that we ran into, and that's their home. In fact, we even ran into, I see dead people, right?
Right.
I'm like Haley Joel Osment. So I find them, and I was chasing this little girl, and she had blonde hair, little pigtails, in this little dress. And I chased her down this hallway, and her mom and dad was there, and they were there during the tuberculosis hospital. So they've been there forever. And the one administrator lady was there, and she's like, there were housing developments on the property as well. And they would bring their whole entire family and live there, the nurses and doctors and stuff. But I ran into them, and she just wanted to she looked like she was jumping rope, like she was skipping, and her parents were there. So, I mean, it's very, very active. We got a couple shadows, shooting across, and what it's like to go investigate, you can investigate forever and not get a good picture, good solid evidence, but it's the personal, things that happen to you that sometimes are the most exciting. But yeah, I'm going to go back and we're going to try and get some real good,
Yes.
hard, solid evidence for them so they can save this building. We don't want it to be bulldozed. These people are still living there, and I call them people. I mean, yeah, they're spirits and, ghosts or whatever, but I still treat them as people. That's their home.
You should.
So,
They used to be people.
yeah, they still are people. That's what people don't understand whenever I do this. They're like, well, aren't you scared? Why am I scared? They're people. They're just like us.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're people.
I'm more scared of the living. There's a haunted hospital here locally. I don't want to go back in there because it's in a bad neighborhood. It's in Dumas, Arkansas, which is got a pretty high crime rate. In fact, a couple of years ago, they made national news where there was a mass shooting. I think 4 people, 2 or 3 people got killed, and 4 or 5 others got wounded. 4 more consistent. It's called a mass shooting, so it made national news, and that was within a quarter of a mile of the hospital.
Oh my!
So, going in, I investigated one time in there in the daytime, and I had a police officer out in the parking lot most of the time. To go in there at night, unless I gave the police department a whole bunch of money and had somebody constantly in the parking lot running around or coming in there with me, I'd be very nervous. What I'd have to do is go in there with a team of 4 or 5, tie off any open doors or windows so nobody can get in while we're not there. And basically almost just camp out in the parking lot to be sure nobody gets in the place. Between us locking everything down and the investigation, basically stay in the parking lot, which is bad because you go out, go get something to eat and at least go to the restroom. But I'm not going to go over there by myself, not at night, just because of the link. The spirits in there are a little bit hostile, but that's not a biggie. It's what the living would do. I would not even go in there with 3 or 4 people unless I had a gun on me. To be honest, I would carry it. I've got 2 guns that I would probably be tempted to carry both in my equipment, if not have my pistol on my belt the whole time I was investigating. It's that kind of neighborhood.
Oh my, yeah.
So I just forget it. It's a great haunted location. Love to get back in there, but no, I'm not going to do it by myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But yeah, the more living people I deal with, the more I like the dead people better. That's what I tell people all the time. I'm like, nah, I would just rather not.
I fully agree.
I'm just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old school. Grew up, whenever, times were much better and people treated each other with kindness and respect. And this new generation of kids and stuff, God help us all is all I can say.
Yeah. It's crazy. Oh, let me run something by you that I did and see what you think about.
Okay.
If you're familiar with John Dillinger, right?
Yeah.
When he got shot.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, what is it, June? Yeah, I think it's June. What it did in the editor of his shooting, I've got a recording of Richard Crowe's last John Dillinger event where he, had not an investigation, basically just kind of put on a show where he walked to the biograph and got the timing right down to the minute when John Dillinger walked out of the biograph theater, down the alley. He led the crowd down the sidewalk where Dillinger walked and got the timing just right, watching his watch, and got to where John Dillinger fell dead at the same time he was shot and died,
Oh.
and poured a beer on the spot.
Oh, wow.
I played that get the time it timed it right according to the clocks, so it was almost to the minute that I was running this video. Then I've got a copy of Manhattan Melodrama on my DVR,
Okay.
which was the movie Dillinger was watching.
Yeah.
So I put it on the TV, turned the volume down low, turned on Echo Vox right below the TV so you could hear, the Echo Vox was quiet. You could hear the dialogue in the movie slightly. It was just a murmur.
Mm-hmm.
But then I tried to, of course, I'm gone. There I am. I tried to contact John Dillinger with that movie playing in the background of the box.
And did you get anything?
I think I got a couple of, he's watching the movie. I see just minor stuff, nothing earth shattering, but I did get male voices, once in a while would say, watching, the movie, just 2-word responses, 2 or 3 word responses. So, I got to thinking maybe he was sitting there in a chair in my living room watching the movie.
Oh. Yeah.
And that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because Manhattan Melodrama, it's against Chicago law for the biograph to show it.
Oh, yeah.
They actually passed a city law forbidding the owners of the biograph, which is unusual. If they challenged it to the state Supreme Court, that law might get thrown out because that's government dictating what you can do with a privately owned business.
Yeah.
And they could probably get that thrown out if they want to pay the attorneys. It will cost thousands of dollars to go to state court. The state would just appeal it to the Supreme Court, and you pay thousands and thousands of dollars. It's just not worth it. But there is a Chicago law. The mayor got it passed. He signed it daily, I believe, where they cannot, under any circumstances, show either a play, because that's what it's set up for now. Plays, not movies, or the movie Manhattan Melodrama, anytime, anywhere, anyhow. The penalty of which, if they find out about it during the showing, they will run everybody out of the theater and chain the doors together with a city padlock and say you are out of business.
Oh. Wow. Yeah. Well, why would they do that though?
So I have no idea why they're that extreme about. I don't know why they're that extreme. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they that afraid of ghosts, or are they trying to cover up history or a bad part of the city? Everybody knows John Dillinger was killed on the streets of Chicago. I mean, what's the deal about showing a movie he went to?
Yeah. Yeah. That don't make no sense to me. I mean, it's not like, what are they worried that they're going to bring him back from the dead?
I don't know. Now on the alleyway where he died kind of up against the wall.
Yeah.
There's now a great big mural of John Dillinger painted in that alleyway.
Oh, that would be cool.
They allow that.
Well, then why wouldn't they allow? Because you would think, I mean, if you played that movie on the day of his death, you could just play it over and over and over again. And I'd just be like throwing money at you. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Every
all the people,
paranormal investigator within 50 miles of Chicago is going to come sometime and watch that movie.
yeah. And if you think about it, I mean, people are going to pay for, hotels, places to eat. They're going to buy, whatever they can. All it's going to do is bring in money. You know what I mean? To the town. I mean, just think about like just parking tickets alone. What kind of money they could make. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's nothing but street parking, all charged. Yeah. You got to pay to park on the streets. Yeah. Across the street is a place called the Red Lion, which is a very haunted place. In fact, they had troubles before it. They had some issues, some pipes froze and ruined the building. We're out of business 7, 8, 9 years. And just before I left Chicago, about 8 years ago, they reopened. They had a female spirit that would hang around on the second floor that would come in and lock the ladies' room door when women walked into the restroom.
Huh.
And you can imagine somebody who's not into the paranormal walking into the restroom, la-da-da, and all of a sudden they try to exit the restroom and it's locked from the outside.
Yeah. Hey, I got to tell you about this. You're going to love this one. So, last summer, we went on vacation. And I always take something with, I take my K2 meter, spirit box, stuff like that with me, whatever I can fit in my purse. I never leave home without any kind of, ghost hunting equipment. But my husband was like, we're not ghost hunting. We're just going to go and have a good time. I'm like, okay. But, I can't help it sometimes. So I had a pretty quiet beginning. We went the whole way out west. We went to Mount Rushmore, the Badlands, Crazy Horse, Cody, Wyoming, Yellowstone, dropped down into Yosemite, went and saw the sequoia trees, looped back around, went through Colorado, up Wolf Creek Pass. I've always wanted to see Wolf Creek Pass, because I used to be a truck driver, long haul, never could go there, so everywhere I couldn't go, we went. And we had such an amazing time. The only bad part was there was 2 things that happened to me. We go to the Badlands, and it's gorgeous, beautiful, I'm like, saw a badger, I was like, I've never seen a live badger. I've seen them on television, but never live. And it ran out in front of us and like stood up and looked at us and shot back across. And I was like, oh, that is so cool. And then there's buffalo and prairie dogs, a million gazillion prairie dogs. And they are the cutest little things. But then we went to Mount Rushmore and saw that, and then went around and went to the Crazy Horse carving. They're the most gorgeous, beautiful museum there. I mean, it's all about Native American history and everything, and it is the most interesting thing. And okay, so I cannot read without these now because 50 has not been kind. But so I wanted to read this really cool thing because they had like those breastplates that they would wear, and this thing was all about how they made them, with all the fat and the sinew, and they're not all beads. I thought it was all beads and bone, but some of it is made out of. They would render the fat off of the back of these carcasses, and then roll them into like beads, and they would dry, and then they would sew them together. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me, I'm like, well, that is really cool. There's some crafty people. And I got my glasses on and I can't see anything else. when I have these on. I just have to have these on to read. So when I'm trying to like look at people or anything, I can't really make them out or anything. But I thought my husband was standing right beside me. And I still had my glasses on. I said, "Did you read this?" I'm like, "This is really cool." And I was like, "Oh my God." And I took my glasses off, and it was not my husband. It was not my husband. I'm hoping somebody that's listening to this can tell me the answer to this. Maybe you can. It was a little Native American man. Okay. He had long, stringy gray hair. He had one snaggle tooth, and he's smiling at me. And he keeps putting his hands out. Like he wants me, he's trying to hold my hands. And I'm standing there like this. I'm going. I'm like, no, don't touch me, And I'm like freaking out. But I can't move. And I can't do anything except for like move backwards away from him. And he keeps reaching out to me. And I'm like, what in the world? I have never had anything like that happen to me before. And then I look behind him and there was 3 more. And they were much taller than he was because he's just like this little, hunched over, long, stringy hair, one tooth. Then one tooth was really throwing me off, and he's just, grinning. And I'm like, whoa, and I'm trying to get away from him, but I can't move. And I'm looking, and these other ones are standing behind him. And the one was the most beautiful man I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. I mean, he just had the beautiful high cheekbones and the beautiful copper skin and long hair. And he was so handsome. He looked like I just wanted to lick him, because he looked like, oh, and he was going like this. Well, I don't know if it was the hormones in me or what, but I was like, okay, I'll come to you. And so I started going forwards, and this man that was standing, I didn't even see him standing there, but he was a living man. And he was wearing like this coral colored t-shirt. And I'm pretty sure he was Native American because he was real tall and had the cheekbones and the whole thing going too. And he slapped me as hard as he could across the chest and went. And I looked at him and then I looked back and they were gone. And I ran down this hallway around the corner and slammed right into my husband and everybody else. And my husband's looking at me and sweat's pouring off my face. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh. And he's like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, listen, I got to get the hell out of here. I'm like, because there's got people back there and they're trying to touch me. I'm like, and this man just fondled my boobs. He's like, what? I'm like, not really. I'm like, he just slapped me and told me. And he's like, he did what? I'm like, he went wham and went. And he's like, what's that mean? I said, I don't know, but I'm not standing here to find out. And out I went. I went down this next hallway, around the corner, and out the door. That man with a coral colored shirt followed me the whole way outside and watched me go to my car. And he stood there until everybody else came out.
Wow.
And we got in the car and left. And he never said a word to me. Not one word. And I don't know what that meant, but it scared the living shit out of me. I have no clue.
So the guy in the coral shirt was a human being, right? He was a living person?
He was a living, breathing person. And when he slapped me, I mean, he like wham, right across the chest and was like, no. Because that beautiful man that was standing behind that guy with the one snaggle tooth kept going like this to me. And I was like, okay, I'll be your girlfriend. You know what I mean? And he was like, mm-mm. So I have no clue what that meant. I've never.
He may have stopped you from making a mistake. It's hard to tell about Native American spirits. Sometimes they're friendly, but sometimes there was a lot of bad things happened to a lot of good people out west.
Mm-hmm.
And it turned perfectly good people toward the evil side.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people out there had their wives, their parents, or their kids killed
Murdered.
by the opposite race?
Murdered.
And that just builds up a lot of anger, a lot of energy. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people don't know that Custer and some of the other armies out there, they said they were going out there killing, we killed 200 warriors in this tribe. And there wasn't a single warrior in the town they hit. There was not, all the warriors were out on a hunting party, and all they killed was old men, women, and children.
I know. Yeah, I know.
And the warriors would come back, and of course they were mad. So you don't know what would have happened to you had you followed the first two. You might have had an attachment or something worse.
Yeah. Well, that guy that he saved me. I think, I think he saved me. I have no clue what all that meant. All I knew was, I had to get the hell out of there. But then we leave there and we go to Cody, Wyoming. That is the awesomest place on earth. Beautiful, gorgeous, lovely. We didn't get there till really late. It was like midnight by the time we got to our little cabin. We get this little tiny cabin. It was a cute little, stayed there for 2 days. And I'm thinking, I'm just glad to be there. There was nothing in our cabin. It was nice and quiet. We go to the museum there, the Cody, Wyoming Museum. Once again, there they are. They're everywhere. And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, nope. I'm on vacation. I am not Ghost Chick Angel on vacation. I'm leaving. I'm going outside. And my husband's like, what's going on? I'm like, I can't go over there where all the teepees and shit are. I'm like, there's dead people over there. And he's like, calm down, Angel. I'm like, don't tell me to calm down. I'm like, they're everywhere. You can't see them. I'm seeing them. I'm like, there's one there. There's one there. I'm like, there's one over there. It's hiding. It's looking at me. I'm like, and I'm out of here. I'm like, I'm gone. I'm like, I don't need this right now. I'm like, I had a bad day yesterday. I'm still like, traumatized over the guy slapping me and these other ones trying to lure me. And I'm like, I'm like, nope. So he's like, well, we're going over to the gun part, to the museum part over there. Why don't you come with us? There can't be any there. No, Mark, why would there be any ghosts where the guns are at? I'm like, really? So I went over there with him. I walk around a corner. There's some dude standing there. He looked like he was from like World War I. I'm like, nope, I'm not staying here either. So I went outside. And he came out. He's like, well, we're really interested in this stuff. I'm like, well, you go ahead and be interested. I said, I tell you what, beautiful town down there. I'm going for a walk. I'm going shopping. They got some really cool stores. I'm going shopping. So I walked around a town. I mean, I saw a couple here and there, but I just stayed away from them. I did some shopping. I had a good time. And they're like, where do you want to meet? I said, that big hotel down there. I'm like, what's it called? The Irma? I'm like, we'll meet there. I'm like, 5:00. Meet me at the Irma. We'll get together. We'll go find dinner. And then we were going to go to the rodeo. It started at 7. Okay. I'll see you then. So I shopped. I took my stuff back to the cabin, dropped it off, washed my face, meandered back up there to the Irma Hotel. I go in. I get this little pamphlet. I'm reading about this beautiful cherry bar that, Queen Victoria sends to Buffalo Bill Cody when he builds this motel. And I'm like, man, I didn't know this thing was even here. I'm like, this is really cool. So I go in and I'm like, I would like to have a Coca-Cola, please. So they give me a Coke. I go out and I sit on the porch, and I'm having a nice day. It was a gorgeous day, not a cloud in the sky. And I'm watching this guy walk down the street. And I'm like, oh, he must be part of that Wild West show that's going to be on, like around 6:00. They have like a shootout in the middle of town. No, because a Subaru drove through him, and I'm like, nope. He's not part of that show. I'm like, he's part of my show. So I'm like, it's all right. It's okay. Just ignore him. It'll be fine. Drink your Coke, Angel. It's none of your business. So I drank my Coke. And then, of course, nature calls. And I'm like, I got to pee. I'm like, okay. I went in. The young lady behind the bar, I'm like, could you tell me where the restroom is, please? And she's like, oh, yeah, honey. She's like, go to the end of the bar. Go through that door. She goes, when you go through that door, though, she said, there's a room on the right. And that is where the Cherry Bar is from Queen Victoria. She's like, make sure you go in and check it out. She's like, it's gorgeous. Take some pictures. I'm like, okay. She's like, when you come back out, she's like, go down the hallway. She's like, the next little hallway on the right is where the restrooms are at. I'm like, okay. She's like, take your time, take pictures, whatever you want to do. I'm like, okay. She was so friendly. So I go down, I go through the door. I'm looking around, and there's every dead animal that you could possibly imagine is looking at you. They're all taxidermied and they're all stupid. And I'm like, oh, ain't this nice? But I'm taking pictures. It's cool. I go in, I look at that bar, and I'm like, man, to think that Queen Victoria sends it by ship. Okay. It goes somewhere in Massachusetts or something is where it was delivered. They put it on the train, and it goes halfway across the country, and they don't have rail the whole way there. So then they have to put it on a wagon and take it the rest of the way to Cody, Wyoming. And it's gorgeous. And I'm like, wow. And I'm like, this is freaking history right in front of me, and I can touch it. I'm like taking pictures of it, and I'm like enjoying the crap out of it. I love history. Love it. So then when I'm done, I go out and I go to find the bathroom. I walk in the ladies' room, and there's a man standing in there. Of course, he's a spirit. I'm like, oh, crap. I got to pee. I don't have time for you. So I try not to make eye contact with him, which I'm terrible at. I'm like, so I go in the stall, and I'm like dilly-dallying in there. I'm like, please don't be out there. Please don't be out there. Please don't be out there. So I peek out when I'm done, and there's nobody out there. And I'm like, whew. I'm like, all right, go over, and I wash my hands, dry them off, open up the door. There he is right there. Bam. Now, I can't always hear them, though, when I see them, can't always hear them because I try to tune them out, I think. I probably could if I wanted to, but I don't want to because it's bad enough to see them, let alone hear them. So he's standing right there. But I can hear this one because he is screaming at me. And he's going, no, Ruth. And I'm like, listen, now I'm standing in the hallway, and I'm fighting with this spirit. And there's a woman standing down at the other end of the hallway. And I'm going, listen, I don't know who you are, but my name is not Ruth. My name is Angel. And I don't know who you're looking for. I'm like, just go. Because, he's like all over me, and he just wouldn't go away. And I'm like, stop it. And this woman is looking at me like, oh, no. Somebody escaped from the crazy farm. And I'm like, oh, Lordy. And they have this emporium, this little gift shop in there. So I shoot in there, and he's still going, Ruth, all over. And I'm going, stop it. So I go through the door out on the porch, and he can't follow me. And I'm like, oh, thank God. I go down, and I'm sitting at the picnic table like this, I'm like, I can't do this, Pretty soon, here comes Mark and the rest of the people, and they're like, hey, do you want to go in and get a drink? I'm like, nope, I already had a drink. I'm just going to stay out here. Well, there's a gift shop too. Let's go in the gift shop. I pull my husband off the side. I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm like, there's a man in there. He's like, what do you mean there's a man in there? I'm like, there's a man in there. And he's like, oh, he's like, what's he look like? And I said, and I'm like, listen, I'm like, he's got his hair combed over. He's wearing like a linen white shirt. He's got suspenders on. He's got glasses on. He's got these trousers on. Shirt's rolled up to here. I'm like, and I don't know who the hell Ruth is, but he's looking for her. And he's like, well, did you ask anybody? I'm like, no. He's like, well, why not? I'm like, because I'm on vacation and I don't care who Ruth is. And he's like, well, maybe he's not in there anymore. And they're all going, come on, we're going to go in the gift shop. And I'm like, okay, I'll go with you. So Mark's like, well, I'll be with you. You'll be all right. I'm like, all right. We walk in. Isn't he standing across the room? He comes running over towards me. I went like this. I went over to the lady behind the counter. I said, listen, I said, I am not crazy, but I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm like, I see dead people, and there's somebody here right now. I said, there's a gentleman in here, and he's looking for Ruth. Can you please tell me where she's at? And she goes, this place is haunted? There's a ghost here? She's like, I just started here 2 weeks ago. I was like, yes, this place is haunted. There's a man here looking for Ruth. Can you please point me to Ruth? I don't know who Ruth is. I'm like, all right. I'm like, listen, I'm like, you're out of luck. We don't know who Ruth is. And I ran out. And we don't always tell people how crazy I am. You know, it's not like my husband goes around and tells everybody that he knows, hey, by the way, my wife sees dead people. Because I'm pretty sure they'd lock us both up. But he came out and he's like, are you okay? He's like, you kind of like had a nervous breakdown in there. I'm like, do you think? I'm like, I don't know how much more of this I can stand. I'm like, there's freaking dead people everywhere. I'm like, why is there so many dead people out west? I'm like, all I want to do is go on vacation. I'm like, is that too much to ask for? He's like, are there any in the cabin? I said, not that I saw. He goes, why don't you go back, take a shower, take a little break, Angel, maybe take a nap. I'm like, okay. I'm like, good idea. I'm out of there. I walk down the street, down towards our cabin. I'm not like looking at anybody because I'm not sure who's alive or dead anymore at this point. Get to our cabin. I took my shower. I'm laying there. He comes in. He's like, did you figure out who this woman is yet or who this man is? I'm like, no. He's like, well, you got a smartphone, Angel. He's like, why don't you use it? I said, well, I kind of really didn't want to, but since you're bringing it up, maybe we should. So we're both laying there on the bed and we're both searching, you know, Irma Hotel, you know, and I'm like, well, he's got to be from like the 40s or 50s or something. I'm like, the way he was dressed. So I'm like, so it's got to be, you know, I'm like, it's not anybody new. And we're scrolling and scrolling. And he goes, how about this guy? I about crapped my pants. It was the man I saw. His name's Andrew. Okay. After Buffalo Bill Cody dies, his family like doesn't take care of the hotel anymore. The whole town just goes to crap in a bucket, pretty much. You know, it's just lost all of its sparkle and its you know, luster. But then this man decides he's going to pretty much revamp the whole town. He buys the Irma Hotel. He makes it what it was. He beautifies the bar again because they left the bar there. And he beautifies the whole entire hotel. Makes it what it used to be when Buffalo Bill Cody owned it and loved it. This man's wife's name is Ruth. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, seriously? Her name is Ruth? I'm like, well, where is she? You know? Why is he looking for her? I don't know. I never figured that part out. But all I know is now I know who it was and who's in there and why he's looking for Ruth. It was insane. But that was my vacation. But after that, I didn't see any more dead people. Everywhere we went, I didn't see anybody. Went to, you know, I was like, because he kept checking on me. He's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I haven't seen anybody. I'm like, it's going good. I'm like, all the dead people just must be up there. I'm like, because there's nobody in Texas, there's nobody in Tennessee, there's nobody, anywhere. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe I blocked it out the rest of the time because, like my husband said, he thought I was having a nervous breakdown because I was just not prepared. I really wasn't prepared. I'm okay when I go ghost hunting. I know I'm going to see them, I know that's a given. I'm going to see
You're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm on my game. I'm ready. I got my ghost chick angel hat on and let's go. But when I'm on vacation, just having a good time, no, I totally lost it that way. I was like, I don't know. But I think it was the Indians, the Native Americans at Crazy Horse Museum that started the whole thing because that freaked me out. And so then I was freaked out the rest of the time. I was like a cat that you threw water on, the whole entire time. It was awful. But other than that, it was a really nice trip.
All right. Well, let's hold up for a second. Let me run a couple of videos. Time. Actually, it's a little bit past. But you were on a roll. I wasn't going to stop you.
Oh, okay.
So let me do a little advertisements here, and we'll be right back. This first one is a dear friend, good friend of the show. In fact, will be my guest the 2nd of October. These are advertisements for 2 separate Paracons, both one-day Paracons, but on the same weekend. One's on a Saturday, the other one's on a Sunday.
Oh,
the same weekend. And they're only a couple hundred. They're only a couple hundred miles apart. You could hit both of them, but you have some driving at night to do.
Yeah.
So we're going to Dale Kaczmarek first.
Hi, my name is Dale Kaczmarek, president of the Ghost Research Society. Just a very short video here to remind everybody of our upcoming 2nd annual Midwest Spirit Fest to be held Sunday, October 8th, 2023 at the Thornton Distillery in Thornton, Illinois. There'll be speakers, vendors, psychic readings, and paranormal investigations of a haunted underground artesian well. If you're interested, please contact me at dale@ghostresearch.org through my Facebook page or my website. Thank you.
All right.
Looking for a unique paranormal experience? The Haunted Rock Island YMCA Paracon, October 7th, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. is just the event you're looking for. You will have the opportunity to investigate the Haunted Rock Island YMCA with ACG Paranormal. Visit with over 60 paranormal and metaphysical vendors from 8 or more states. And pre-order your t-shirts at dvinar@aol.com. Visit a psychic gallery reading, mediums, tea leaf reading, animal communication, dream interpretation, aura reading, tarot and oracle card readings, or get a Reiki healing. See a demonstration of the Estes method by Carly Bird. Presentations by Nick Simons and Aaron G. Thompson of 28 Days Haunted, Greg Bakken from Ghostbox Radio, and headliner Rick Hayes, along with many folks you'll see on Paraflix. Be sure to like and follow our sponsors. Paraflix, WLTK DB Talk Radio LLC, Studio 6 Productions, Unturned Pages, and Ocean Eye Crystals. General admission is only $5 and all proceeds go directly to the haunted Rock Island YMCA. For more information on the haunted Rock Island YMCA Paracon and vendors, look for them on Facebook under events.
Len.
I would hit both.
There you
I
go.
would just I do the ghost hunt. It ends at midnight at the Saturdays. So I'd either go check in the local hotel, or already be checked in actually, but then go to sleep, get up early in the morning, and take off for south of Chicago, and already have reservations at a hotel there. Do the ghost hunt there, and go to the hotel, go to bed, and then get up the next morning, Monday morning, and go. That's just like going to a weekend con. You're just in two different locations, and you got about a 2.5 hour drive, between locations. But two fabulous ghost hunts, one of a haunted YMCA and the other one of a haunted artesian well that sits on top of a brewery. They didn't bring that up, but the brewery they built around the artesian well because that's the water they used.
Cool.
We're talking about out west. Two I've learned the last couple of weeks. Goldfield had their Goldfield days about 2-3 weeks ago now.
Uh-huh.
And part of their Goldfield days, they auction off properties. They have an auction there. If you want to buy it, if you got the cash, raise your paddle and buy you a piece of property.
Huh.
There was property being sold there, lots in downtown Goldfield. One guy bought one for $1,200, empty lot.
Wow.
Another guy bought one for I think $2,500. It was a slightly improved, better lot. But can you imagine buying a lot in Goldfield?
Ain't that right? Ain't that right next to
With all the hauntings that's going on in there?
Yeah, ain't that right next to Tonopah where the Clown Motel is? Aren't they like
Close to it, yes.
one's here, one's there?
Not that far apart.
Yeah, because I traveled
And
right through there on that trip.
Goldfield, you traveled right through there, and you didn't go to Goldfield. And Goldfield is one of the most haunted little locations in the U.S.
Well, listen, I had a hard enough time. I had a hard enough time. and like I said,
you didn't need
tell everybody.
a bunch of kids, did you?
No, but I did stop and get a picture of the graveyard right beside the Clown Motel and stuff like that. Yeah, I made sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I was so excited. I was like, "Oh, I gotta get a picture of that."
If I had the money, I would go out there next year for the next Goldfield days, put my bid in for a couple of lots and see what was on it before, build a replica of what used to stand there, and use it as a vacation home.
Yeah.
Because you can ghost hunt forever in Goldfield.
Yeah.
Because you got the haunted school, you got the mines, you get some of the older buildings around. There's all kinds of stuff. I could spend the rest of my life in Goldfield and ghost hunt almost every night.
Yeah. Yep.
And the other thing I found out, a guy has he's in a ghost town, and he was trying to find out where a cemetery borders were. So he got a very well-trained cadaver dog.
Oh.
And a fellow about the same age he was to bring the cadaver dog out to the cemetery, see if he could at least outline where the cemetery was.
Mm-hmm.
The trouble is, the cemetery, like a lot of them are built on a hill, which doesn't make that much difference if you got grass, trees, a normal in a normal part of the country. This is out west. So just have a few plants scattered around, and the rest of it's dirt and rocks, gravel, whatever. The cadaver dog went downhill of where the cemetery was and was going absolutely crazy. And then what they did, they started rooting around there below the cemetery, downhill of the cemetery. And of course, a lot of remains had washed out of the graves, and now the whole hillside there is covered with human remains.
Yeah. Yep.
You can imagine what you would see if you walked around that cemetery, and you've got that no matter where you step, you're stepping on human remains. You can imagine what you'd see.
Oh, yeah. No. It's probably as bad as when I go to Gettysburg. But again, I'm ready for that. That doesn't throw me off guard anymore. It still gets me in my feels. So yeah, that it just,
Let me ask you a few questions about some of the stuff you sent me.
Yeah.
And I'm just throw it up between us.
That is the old Longview School. That is one of the places that I got the phone call. They purchased an old school building, and they said, this place is going crazy. In fact, right after I took that picture, something threw a bolt at me, and it landed right at like my feet. So I went a bolt, like a big bolt too. Yeah.
A metal bolt.
A metal bolt.
Wow.
It went bing. I was like, well, somebody don't want me here. So I investigated that. I found there's like an older, nasty woman there. There's a couple little kids. One of the little boys just looked wet all the time. And we kept getting this name. Here, once we started looking into the history, there was a little boy that drowned in a pond right below the school. So I'm pretty sure that was him. We kept getting Greta. And there was a school teacher, and her name was Greta. So we were like, well, okay. Yeah, so that is actually where I go to the chiropractor at. So every time I go there, there's other ones running around. So every time I go in there while my chiropractor is working on me, we turn on the spirit box and we ask it questions while he's cracking my back.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. Let me throw another one up here. Don't know what order these things are in, so you just have to look at it.
Yeah. Okay. So that one was one of my favorites. That is from the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in Weston, West Virginia.
Ooh, okay.
Those little marks. Okay. That is the children's wing. And the children that were there used to sit on that right there on the windowsill and make these little hashtags on the sill, watching the other kids playing baseball and stuff outside. That's them keeping score. It is unreal. And in that room, that poor boy that took us for that tour, because once again, this crazy girl goes on because we couldn't get on the ghost hunt. They're like, but you can take the walking tour, and learn the history of it. I'm like, great. That'd be great. And this poor boy that was our tour guide As soon as I walked in there, bam, there they are. Pew, 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 pew. They're coming at me. In that room there was the cutest little boy. The cutest little boy. You know how little kids do that, like the whole, they can't stand still, they're doing the jig and they're dancing.
Right.
I ran into him in that room. And I said to Seth, that was our tour guide. I'm like, my husband goes up to him. He goes, buddy, I'm sorry. I brought my wife on your tour. He goes, she sees dead people. Don't ask no questions. She'll tell you where they're at. So anyways, I'm pointing him out and he's going, how'd you know this? Have you been here before? I was like, never been here before. Never, ever. But I found him in that room where they keep the hashtags and he just wanted to, and I just felt confused and like scared, and I got down like on my hands and knees on his level and he came really, really close to me. And then when somebody else walked in, he just gone. But everywhere I walked in that place, I could tell where the hot spots and stuff were. And he's like, I'm just going to let you do the tour. He's like, because you were so cool. He's like, I can't believe you're finding this stuff. You've never been here before. I'm like, nope, never been there. Never been there. But yeah, that was the coolest thing ever. Those little hashtags on that windowsill where they sat and they scratched the little tally marks. And that is really, really, it's interesting. It's insane. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the next one and see what you say about that one. Again, I no particular order here.
Okay, so that one is one that I took in sequence. That's at the lunatic asylum. It's down in the lobotomy room. Okay. Where they would take that ice pick looking thing and stick it right in the corner of their eye.
Right.
And then, but there's another picture and you can see like there's a swoosh right beside it. I mean, I just caught this shadow really fast. Right there it is. In the top corner. Because I took them and, I hurried up and just took the pictures one right after another. And it wasn't in the one before, but it's definitely in that one.
Right. It wasn't in the one before, and there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. This other one's kind of dark. I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. That one is just, I'm just showing you my favorite new toy, which is my tripwire. I love that thing. I go everywhere with it now. If I could wear it around my neck, I would. But that circle it's like a huge K2 meter kind of, or it's like a K2 and a REM pod had a baby. And they can communicate with you by going near that. And the only thing that lets that go off is electromagnetic energy from somewhere else. I mean, I can put my phone on it. You know how whenever you are out hunting and you get your stupid phone too close to your EMF reader or your K2 meter and it's going off and you're like, oh, look, I got activity. No, I don't have activity. I got Samsung,
Right.
You have to remember to but that thing does not even go off with your phone next to it. And that thing I used the last time I went to Gettysburg a couple weeks ago. It did some crazy stuff I ain't never seen it do before. It was insane. I mean, the colors were just going around in circles. Like they were just circling that. Like marching in a circle all the way around this thing. And it was just going bam, 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 bam. And I've never seen it do that anywhere else. And I can't replicate it. I have tried and I can't get it to do it again. But yeah, that's my tripwire and I freaking love it. I just love it. It's my favorite piece of equipment anymore.
Okay. This one looks like a picture of some sort.
Yeah. That is Suicide Bridge. That is in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. People have hung themselves, shot themselves, jumped off there. And it's not even that deep, but it's all rocks underneath. So if you jump off head first and you land on those rocks in your head, you're probably not going to survive. But that's the official name is the Eisenhower Iron Bridge. It's named for Dwight Eisenhower. But yeah, that's Suicide Bridge. It is crazy, crazy active. That's the place where something actually picked me up off the ground and threw me in the weeds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, we already did that one. Yep, that's long. That's the skull. That's the chiropractor's office. Yeah, that's that chiropractor office.
Oh, that's the school again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That one, I don't even have to say. Do you see him sitting there? There's an old man sitting in a chair. It's actually old church pews down in this dark basement. That's in the Farnsworth House basement in Gettysburg. I was down there all by myself.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to do a spirit box session and just snapping pictures, just asking questions, taking pictures. Didn't even see that until I went up and my girlfriend Nikki was like, "Well, did you get anything?" And I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, "I'll have to look at it later." And she goes, "Well, let me look." And she's scrolling through and she goes, "Holy crap, you just caught Santa Claus." I said, "Huh?" She goes, "Look." And if you zoom in, it does. It looks like Santa Claus sitting there with his head down. He's got like a bald spot and beard. I was like, holy cow. I was like,
wow.
I was there by myself. Nobody else at all. Sitting down there in the dark. One of my favorite places to sit in the dark.
Well, you're not a true paranormal investigator unless you enjoy sitting in the dark.
But yeah, all those, they're old church pews in there. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if he's connected to a church pew or if he's one of the soldiers or maybe old man Sweeney that used to own them. I don't know. I know, right? I could hide down there and take a nap, honestly. Okay. That one, if you look way in the back, it looks like two people standing against a fence rail.
Yeah, it does.
And once again, there I am. It's like 2:00 in the morning. I just got done doing a tour, a walking tour with people, just telling them history and stuff like that. It was the late night tour. And I had to go back and shut the gates and stuff back at the camp. So I'm back there all by myself, making sure all the garbage and stuff is picked up. And I'm just shooting these pictures, wherever. And again, I'm looking and I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, well, I'll be darned. There they are. But they were like, nothing else. But those two are standing there. And I was like, cool.
Wow.
But where that camp is, they used it as like a field hospital behind that building after the Battle of Gettysburg. So I don't know if it's soldiers or surgeons or what, but I tried to do a spirit box and nobody was talking to me. but I got a picture of him.
Wow.
Yep.
So when are you going to Gettysburg again?
Well, because I'm going to be so busy September and October, it probably won't be till November till I get to Gettysburg. Because I have so much stuff to do. Because I don't know enough to come home when I go to Gettysburg, honestly. I'm like, I'm only going to go for a day or two. And then I get there, and then 2 weeks later, I come home. So, because I just have so much fun there. You know, it's just so exciting, and I get so much stuff there, and it's just, I don't want to come home. I just want to stay there forever. So, but oh, I had another really cool investigation. It was, I don't know, 8-9 months ago. I went to an old prison, and it's near Johnstown, Pennsylvania. It's called Crescent. The Crescent Prison. It used to be an old tuberculosis hospital. Andrew Carnegie actually started it. And then he turned it into a tuberculosis hospital. Then when it closed down, then they turned it into the prison. Yeah, I went there. That place is huge. They were letting ghost hunters and stuff come in there to investigate and everything. And I mean, the place is just active from the time you go through the gate till you leave there. And there was this one cell block. These people took us down in there. And once they figured out what I do, they're like, just go to a cell, Angel, and let us know where you're at. I'm like, okay. Because I go in blind. I don't ever research before I go to these places. I just go in stupid because I don't want somebody else's investigations or their stuff to taint my mind, you know, because then how do I know what I really found? So I go in and I do my thing. And then afterwards, then I'll investigate, you know, I'll do the whole history and everything of the place after I figured out what I found and see if it meshes with anything anybody else found. But they were like, okay, Angel, just go in. The only thing I knew was that, yeah, it used to be a tuberculosis hospital. And yeah, it used to be a prison. Everybody knows SCI Crescent Prison, you know, that's all I knew. So they're like, we're going to put you in this building, go somewhere. So I'm like walking around. I go into this one. So I go in and I sit down and they're like, Angel, where are you? I'm like, number 6. And they're like, why are you there? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, because I wanted to be in this one. They're like, cool. That's where this serial killer was. And I was like, huh? I'm like, nuh-uh. And you could just feel him. He was like breathing like on my neck. Those are the ones that creep me out, are the ones that want to get in all your personal space. Did you ever have that happen to you? Where you just feel them like crawling on you. And you're like,
oh, yes.
I hate that, you know? And he was just like, you know, he's like breathing on me and stuff. I'm like, get away from me, you know? And I'm like trying to talk to him on the spirit box and he's not talking. All you can hear the whole time is, you know? And I'm like, what in the world is wrong with you? And they're like, okay, you've had long enough in there. I'm like, thank God. I'm like, because he's just creepy. I'm like, I don't know what he did, you know, or who he killed or anything. I'm like, but he's just creepy. I'm like, and I couldn't stand it anymore. So when I came out, my girlfriend was like, oh, dear Lord. She's like, can you please? I was like, what? Well, they always make fun of me because I have this, my favorite thing to wear when I go ghost hunting is like a fisherman's vest. because it's got all the pockets and you can put all of your stuff in it,
Right.
you know. You have room for days for all of your equipment, and then you're not carrying it around, you know, and trying to cart it, you know. And I have it all figured out now. This is here and this is here, and I'm like patting myself down. I can find stuff, you know. So I had on my fisherman's vest full of my paranormal equipment. I have my spirit box in one hand and a K2 meter in the other, and I walk out of there. And my girlfriend Lori's like, "Oh God, Angel." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Can you please put it away?" I'm like, "What, my equipment?" She's like, "No, look down." I look down. Len, my shirt was pulled up and he had the dogs out. And I didn't even know it. I was like, oh. So I'm like trying to pull my shirt down. I was like, great. You know? And they're like, well, the guy's cell that you were in was a serial killer and he killed like 12 women. And he would violently rape them and stuff before he killed them. I was like, oh, so he was filling me up. Nice. Real nice. You know? I'm like, you are not welcome with me. I'm like, you stay here.
Great.
Back. You stay away from me. And but yeah, I flashed everybody. I was like mortified. I was like, good gravy. I'm like, personal space, dude. Personal space. So yeah. I never know what's gonna happen to me when I go out there. But yeah, she was mad. My girlfriend was mad. She's like, why are you coming out there with your boobs out? I'm like, I didn't know my boobs were out. I'm like, it sure as heck wouldn't have showed everybody though. I'm like, good grief.
Wow. My wife would never go anywhere with me ever again if that happened to her.
Yep. You never know what's going to happen to me.
But
yeah, those are the ones I don't like.
There's a short investigation. Yeah. There's a short investigation I want to go on. There's just south of here in Louisiana, there's a bread and breakfast in a small town, which it sounds like, nice, quiet bread and breakfast. You probably the only couple staying there, especially if you went during the week. Almost guaranteed you'd be there by yourselves. I'm gonna go there for a couple of nights. Of course, right down the road is the Bonnie and Clyde Museum, and there's actually two of them almost side by side. And about 7 miles down the road from there is where they were murdered.
Oh.
And I'm trying to talk her into going down there and going to the bread and breakfast because it'd be restful for her. And the place where they got shot is just a stop in the road. They got a marker there and plenty of room to pull off in the car. And they don't care if it's not on private property, right there on the highway. And what I want to do is just go down there, one during the daytime at the time, and then go there at night to see if I can contact Bonnie.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
And that's only about 2 hours from. That's about 2 hours from where I live. She's afraid because
I'll be like, Mark, get in the car.
I don't know. I don't know how your husband and my wife would feel about me and you going down and staying in a bread and breakfast for a couple of nights and investigating.
No. We're going to take them with us. We're going to be like, we're going to have a nice little quiet vacation with some new friends. And then we'll leave them back there. And we'll go investigate.
Mm-hmm. The two of them can binge watch something off Netflix or whatever.
Yeah. Find something good to eat. Kick up their feet. Take a little rest.
Mm-hmm.
I think that sounds like a perfect idea.
A couple hours further south in Louisiana, which is about think it's about 60, 80 minutes away from New Orleans, west of New Orleans, is a little town with a French name. And the town's one thing. You got a few haunts there. But down the road is a old slave quarters. It's on private property. You can't get in there. But you can go to the fence and get within 30 or 40 feet of the nearest slave quarters. Because then you're on public land. You can just park alongside the road. And you might have a state trooper stop by, make sure you're not trying to climb the barbed wire fence. And of course, he'd take one look at me and you and said, okay, y'all are not going over that fence, are you? I wouldn't try climbing that fence if something was chasing me. It's got me. I'm not trying to climb that fence.
Yeah, no.
But to investigate that, because there's rumors of other people seeing spirits walking around the buildings and coming out the fence and trying to talk to you.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Because there's a lot of intact buildings that used to be safe quarters. That would be fun. And in the town is it's on top of the hill, the highest point in the area, mansion that is a it's a big bread and breakfast or a very small hotel, whichever way you want to look at it.
Uh-huh.
It's an old mansion. A doctor had it. And he's got an observation room at the very top. And he had agreement with everybody in town. If they needed a doctor at night to turn on a light that he could see from his observation room, he'd see where it was and go down to that light. So he sits there at night looking out over the town. And it's said that you can go up there at night and talk with him. If he's looking out over the town, looking for a light to come on for somebody needing the doctor.
Oh, yeah? That sounds really cool.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I got to get my crap together. I got to come down and hang out with you.
And that's just some of the things we're going to try to do here. We want to get back to Hot Springs, which is less than about an hour away from here, because one of the restaurants has a statue. I think it's fiberglass. It's hollow, can be moved, of Al Capone that used to sit out front because he'd actually eaten in the restaurant.
Oh.
And Al Capone used to come down to Hot Springs, Arkansas quite a bit. They finally had to put a bench inside because they had to sit on a bench outside because people kept stealing the statue.
Of course I did. Yeah.
So I want to go in there one evening during the week when they say they close and sit there if I can have a conversation with Al Capone.
Yeah. Didn't he go to prison for
People
mail fraud?
that have
Was it mail fraud or tax evasion?
Tax evasion.
Okay.
Tax evasion. They got books. They got his bookkeeper. They got his set of books. His real set that he kept. And it showed where there were massive payments of money to him. I didn't know what for. But it said, this person, this business paid you this much money for whatever, and you did not report it as income. And that's what they got him on.
Go figure.
There were 2 or 3 mobsters that they got like that. That's the only thing out of him. A smart gangster, you're not going to get anything on him.
Yeah.
And that's all they could prove.
Yep. That's what I love American history. You make the most interesting people in history.
Yeah, if you're a really good paranormal investigator, you've got to be a good history student. You got to know your game. That's why I was with Richard Crowe not only were we members of the Western, called the Westerners, where we did nothing but look at movies and discuss what happened in the Old West, but also in a Civil War roundtable. Civil War.
Yep. I loved it.
And Richard was totally fascinated for me because I was one of the few people that were in the Chicago circle who was actually born and raised in the South.
Ah.
And I was less than an hour away from Andersonville, one of the most notorious prison camps in the South.
Oh, I've been to Andersonville.
And I'm one of the... Yeah.
The dead people that wander around there. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what
Camp Douglas in Chicago is not as active, but there's people there.
That was,
if you try to talk to them, they will talk back.
you know, the Wirtz guy that ran Andersonville. He was tried and convicted for war crimes. And
he was the only person put to death for war crimes.
Yep. And, you know, maybe it's because I know my Civil War history. Love it. Live it. Breathe it. I'll have to send you a picture of me in my Civil War dress. But the place in Chicago was worse than Andersonville by far. The reason why Andersonville was so bad was because by that time, Grant had said no more prisoner exchanges. They didn't have anywhere to put them, you know?
Right.
And what was supposed to be, you know, only 200 men in a prison ended up to be thousands in this little prison and being starved. I mean, by that time, the South was so poor, you know, they had no food to even feed themselves, let alone all the prisoners that they had.
Right. They couldn't feed themselves. They were not feeding the army. The last year of the war, Lee's army was starving.
They were starving. And I swear, that's where that saying says, you know, the one with the most toys at the end wins. That's the only reason why the North won. Because General Robert E. Lee was a freaking genius. He was a genius, you know?
And, well, he was old school.
Yeah.
And what Grant did is fight him with new school.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, outnumbered. Grant came down with 80,000, 90,000, 110,000 men. Lee's sitting there with 40, 50,000.
Yeah.
After Gettysburg, he never rebuilt his army like it was after Gettysburg. He lost too many people.
Yep.
That's why they say that was the turning point of the war. Lee could not get a 75,000 man army ever again after Gettysburg.
He lost his heart there, you know. That was such a blow to his...
He lost heart. He lost so many men.
That was hard for him. And, you know, up until that point, he was unstoppable. He would have ended the war if he would have won Gettysburg. It'd have been done, you know. But they went on for, another 2 more years, you know. And how many guys... The Battle of Sailor's Creek, that last one right before they went to Antietam or Appomattox Courthouse, you know. He lost how many thousands there, you know, and he limps into Appomattox Courthouse and gets into a scuffle there, and he couldn't do it no more, you know. But that prison in Chicago,
Richmond was gone.
100 times worse than Andersonville ever could have been, because they did that to those men on purpose. They tortured those
Camp
men.
Douglas. They heard about down at Andersonville, and the commandants withheld vegetables and fruit from them, intentionally giving the prisoners scurvy.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
The one barracks caught fire, and they just left them burn in there. They let them burn to death in there. Ugh. Don't get me started.
Well, their punishments were really cruel. They had what they called the mule that they were required to sit on, which would it's not a 4x4 or 2x4 like they have now. They, it's not all nice and shaved and ready to put up. This was a rough cut, unshaved board with all the splinters and all those rough parts where it had been cut out of the tree. And they were required to sit on that many times completely naked for hours and hours, to where the people couldn't even stand. They got off of it. And of course, their whole crotch was bloody from all the prickly parts on the board they were sitting on. Another punishment they had was of course, snow on the ground, being Chicago, they would make them sit on, drop their pants, make them sit in the snow with their bare butts until the heat of their bodies melted the snow to where they were actually sitting on the ground. Then they'd let them get up. And of course, that just gave them frostbite of the butt.
Yeah. And other dangly parts.
But they had, at one point, they had vegetables for sale in season across the street from the prison camp.
Mm-hmm.
And they had money authorized for the purchase of fruits and vegetables to feed the prisoners. So they gave them just a little pork knuckle with barely any meat on it. They could suck on that and refused to go across the street to buy vegetables for them. There was one lady, we actually made contact with her investigating the place. For the first couple of years that the camp was there, she had her center store and would sell tobacco, some vegetables, because the prisoners had a little bit of money. She'd go in there and sell them this, that, and the other. The last two commandants ran her off because they didn't want the prisoners getting extra stuff. That's punishment.
I know.
Between 4,000 and 6,000 people died there in 4 years. And then they buried them in City Cemetery. And when they died. And then, of course, the last one being buried there in 1865, 1867, 68, they wanted to move City Cemetery because it flooded so many times. And you had caskets floating out near the water intake. So you had dead bodies being in people's water. And back then, it wasn't treated. Even up until Al Capone's time in the 20s.
Yeah.
You run a tub of water. And a lot of times you have small fish being sucked up into the pipes at the water inlet. And you'd be sitting in your tub and there's a couple of small minnows in there with you. So you can imagine what was in the water in the late 1860s.
Yeah.
So they had caskets every time the cemetery would flood. They had caskets floating near the water intake. So they dug up the Confederate bodies and moved them further south to Oakwood Cemetery and put them in a mass grave, one of the largest mass graves in the Americas. I think it's in the top 5. I think there's one in New Orleans that's bigger, one in New York that's bigger. I think there's one in California that's bigger, but it's in the top 5 largest mass grave in all the Americas. And before they found the others, it was actually, I think, the second largest. I think it fell down the list a little bit when they found other, especially that one in New York. But they dug a circular trench and just dropped them all side by side in their flimsy caskets. Covered it up because it went all the way around. Dug a hole, went out just beyond where the caskets were just a foot or two, dug another trench all the way around the other one, and put them side by side in that hole until they filled it up, covered them up, moved another couple of feet out, dug another circle trench, and completely filled it up center, and put a memorial there. The Daughters of the Confederacy paid for it, and they actually got Georgia marble. It was the memorial they put there was starting to sink, so they had to put a base on it. So they had to go back and get the Georgia marble and build a base for the statue on the obelisk there. But that's a crowded place. Couldn't get there tonight because it's an active cemetery. It would have been illegal for me to get there. They try to get in there, plus lock you in. There has been some people locked in by accident at the place. I could have arranged for an accident to happen. I popped off and just hide in the bushes until they locked the gates, and probably got away with it, but I didn't do it. But you could go in there and see shadow figures in the day. I mean, you could catch them on camera during the day.
That's cool.
You're talking 4,000 to 6,000. We've only got 4,000 some odd names on the memorial, but there's well beyond 4,300 some odd bodies there. There's over 6,000 bodies buried in those 3 circular trenches, which constitutes a mass grave.
Yeah.
And I brought that up at a paranormal meeting once, and people just looked at me amazed. Are you telling me there's a mass grave in Chicago, Illinois? I said, yep, there's a mass grave in Chicago.
Hey, there's one in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. During the Spanish flu epidemic in 1918, people were dropping off in Punxsutawney like flies. They didn't know what to do. So with Calvary Cemetery coming up out of town, and it's a beautiful cemetery, and there's a lot of old graves, and it just goes on and on and on. But they own the other lot next to it. Nothing there. They can't bury nothing there. They can't bury nobody there because there's a mass grave there, and they're not too sure exactly where it's at. There's a couple hundred people buried in one big hole. So they're not too exactly sure what part of that field they're in. So they just mow the grass, but nobody can buy a plot on that side of the cemetery because they don't know where all these people are at. But that's only a couple hundred people, you know what I mean? But people were dying so fast, and they had to hurry up and bury them because, they didn't want to be diseasing the whole entire city. So, but
I was actually personally affected by the Spanish flu.
Oh yeah.
My father was born. My adoptive father, not my biological father. My biological father, I think, died in Vietnam early on in the mid 60s. But my adoptive father, he was born in 1919.
Oh.
His mother got the Spanish flu, and of course, of the high fever, while she was pregnant.
Oh.
Mostly, he could never see focus one of his eyes, his right eye.
Oh. Yeah.
So he went through his life. He could see light and dark, but need to focus on a thing with his right eye because it got the fever messed it up while it was forming, while his mother was pregnant with him.
Oh wow!
So it was kind of amazing that I was actually affected through my father from the Spanish flu, one pandemic in 1918, and then in 2018, 2019, 100 years later, here I am with everybody around me dealing with COVID.
Yeah.
I,
know.
I had I had a freaky life. I don't know.
Hey, my grandfather flies. I'm just gonna say, because people ask me, they're like, "This? No, I'm not kidding you. Listen, don't laugh, Lynn." People always say, "Do other people in your family have, you know, special gifts?" My grandfather flies in his sleep. He goes all over and he helps people. Like he'll be like, well, I went here last night and I helped this person. You know, a couple days later, you pick up the newspaper. There it is. And you're like, whatever. You know, but he's been struck by lightning 3 times. And
Ooh.
I know, right? 3 times. So I'm always like, Papa, you feeling any numbers? I try to get him to play the Powerball or Mega Millions or whatever for me all the time. He won't play the lottery because he's too big of a devout Christian. He won't gamble. I'm like, come on, give me some numbers. Because, you know, they say you have a better chance of winning the lottery than being struck by lightning. Well, he's been struck 3 times. Come on now. He's got to have some lottery numbers in there somewhere. I don't know why he won't share.
Yeah, it seems. Yeah. I had one friend of mine who got killed in 99, struck by lightning. He was only hit once.
Wow. Yep. The first time he got
killed
struck,
instantly.
he was like 15 years old, and he just got done baling hay. Yeah, they were baling hay, and they had this big farm, and he was trying to get back to the house because this crazy storm popped up. And he's like, "Oh, the last thing I remember," he said, "I was running like the devil towards the house." He said, "And then I woke up." He said, "My whole behind was burnt, and I didn't remember my name for a couple of days." I was like, seriously? And then it happened again to him, like when he was in his 30s. That time it wasn't a direct hit. It came from across the van through the door and then got him. And then the third time, he was a coal miner at Canterbury Coal Company, and he was maintenance for outside, and he was up on the coal tipple. And it started storming, and the electricity had gone out down below in the mine. So they were calling to tell him, you know, the electric was out and try to get the backup generator going so they could get the guys out. So when he picked up the phone, the bolt of lightning came through the phone line and through the telephone and blew him straight off the, I'll never forget that because I was a little girl then, and it blew him right off the coal tipple. And he landed on the big mound of coal that comes out through the belt. And they had to rush him to the hospital. I was like, man. So now when it storms, I'm like, I'm going in the house because I got Montgomery blood in me. And I ain't taking no chances. Like, because I won't survive that one. Or if I do, it'll blow all my hair off. I'm like, if you want me, I'll be in.
Well, let me ask you this. We talked about this before we went on the air.
Mm-hmm.
You said something about you have some issues with a doll that loses its head.
Lucy. I got Lucy. Here. This is Lucy. This doll was given to me by my friend, Stephen. And he's like, I don't know if they're haunted or not, but here you go. Have some dolls. I'm like, okay. Creepy little doll. Right away, As soon as she moved into my house, I knew there was something up with her. And she just, at first, she would just move around the room a little bit, or she would like move something on the shelf near, and I'd be like, okay, fair enough. You don't like that near, I'll move it. Well, she's gotten a lot more brazen. She's told me through the spirit box her name is Lucy. And when she gets mad, her head goes missing. Her head went missing for 3 weeks. That was the longest. I don't even know what I did to her. I really don't. All I know is something upset her and her head went missing, and I looked everywhere, high and low. I thought, well, maybe the cat got it or something, but she was way up high on a shelf, and I keep her way up high because I don't want nobody messing with her. I thought, well, that couldn't have been it, and at that time when I first got her, her head was kind of attached. But now this is what's left after her losing her head so many times. So I have to glue tack her head on now. I was going to Gorilla Glue it on her, but I like to see if her head goes missing. It gives her a little bit, it holds it on there pretty good. So you really have to yank it to get it off. But it gives her something to really work at. But yeah, that time, for 3 weeks, I searched everywhere. Under everything. I cleaned the whole entire house. I was like, where in the heck is Lucy's head? I started getting really, really concerned. I thought, well, maybe somebody picked it up. Maybe one of the kids got it. Maybe they threw it away. Maybe the dog got it. I don't know. But I couldn't find it anywhere. 3 weeks later, I walk into my office and I look, and there's her head on my chair. I was like, what are you doing there? What in the world, Lucy? But she doesn't like any of the other dolls or anything around her. If I put another doll up there the other day, I was moving stuff around and I put the other doll next to her. I came out the next day and the other one was in the trash and Lucy's standing right there in the middle. I'm like, okay, fair enough. I'm like, we won't put nobody else over there with you. Okay, I'll just leave you alone, give you your own space. I'm sorry I crowded you. But yeah, she threw the other one in the trash. And my husband was like, did you throw that in the trash? I'm like, no, that was Lucy. Like, my son, they moved in with us a couple months ago. My son, my daughter-in-law, and my grandson. They took over my bedroom. So now I have to share a room with Mark again, which I was unhappy. The girls were unhappy because I used to keep, people think I'm crazy because they were all on this shelf right above my bed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice and straight. I stand there every day. I'd get up in the morning. Hey girls, how you doing? I got stuff to do today. I'll come back in and check on you later. And I would talk to them a little bit, and then at night I would tell them all good night. Straight in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. When Jeffrey and his woman moved in and took over my bedroom, I went in to go to bed that first night. And they were all turned at like a 45-degree angle. I was like, whoa, somebody's not happy. I was like, that's not good. So that's when I got the chick crypt and moved everybody in here because I don't want them doing something and retaliating against my kids or my grandchildren. So they have free reign in here.
True.
Like, do whatever you want. This room is your room. We just share it together. But yeah, Lucy she'll flip her head off and
There you go.
it goes missing. I don't know. I don't know where she goes to though. I've tried to set up a camera to see if I can catch her. I can't catch her. I cannot catch her doing anything. That just makes me angry. I'm like, come on. Can't you at least dance in front of the camera or something for me? There's nothing more That makes me more mad than when you know something's going on and you can't catch it on camera. You know, especially doing this stuff. Don't you hate that?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, just do something. Just do something in front of the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Just one little thing. I'll throw a temper tantrum. Of course, my head don't pop off, but yeah. Yep, she stays in here now.
I was a full-bodied apparition, but all my paranormal equipment was being recharged. Nothing had a battery in it worth 2 cents. Wouldn't even turn the camera on. So I'm sitting there watching this full-bodied apparition for 15, 20 seconds. Walking behind the house. Daytime.
In the daytime.
And I didn't have a single camera that had a battery in it that I could take even a snapshot of it.
Yep. That's the way it always works. Always. You're the best stuff and you don't have anything on you. Nothing. You're like, oh, that's so sad.
That happened down in Columbus before I moved to Chicago. I was at Confederate Naval Museum. And we're talking about Civil Wars and the Confederate Naval Museum in Columbus, Georgia. They just built it. I hadn't about a year and a half before, and I hadn't gone yet. So I thought, let me go through this place before I leave, because I'll probably never be back here. So I was in there, and they, like a lot of museums do, you got the place where, 10, 15 chairs sitting around, and you watch a TV monitor, and you're watching a short 10 or 15 minute long movie. Well, I'm watching this movie about how river ironclads worked and would get sunk. So it had all these guys panicking, the cameras moving all over the place. And it was one other person watching this movie. And I thought it was maybe a homeless person in there, spending some time in the AC. Because this was July. In the deep south. So it was hot. And I just thought, well, maybe they just got tired of being in the heat and came in here and sat down. And one of the few places you got to sit down outside the museum. And as soon as the thing was over, I got up. They got up and they moved out just before I did. And I saw them a couple of times walking around. And I was heading out. They told me, okay, we're closing. First, they gave me about 15, 20 minutes. And I said, okay, we're closing. And I timed it. And we're just a few yards away, coming right on. I said, what about the other guy? He said, what guy?
What other guy?
The other guy down there, I watched the movie with him. He's been walking around the museum here. And she said there was nobody here. It was during the week. Very few visitors all day. And there was nobody here when you came in. And nobody came in while you were here. I said, well, who I just watched the movie with?
Well.
And the reason he looked like a homeless person is because he was dressed in a very ragged, dirty, what I guess a Confederate uniform.
Yeah.
Probably a Confederate naval uniform. And he'd either been shoveling coal or some other worker on board an ironclad. Because that's what was in that museum. They have two ships. One of them a steamship and sail. The other one was a straight out that had some ironcladding on the outside. The other was a straight out ironclad.
That's cool. That is
and
cool. Interesting.
They were both burned when the Union Army came in 65 Alabama. There were a couple smaller battles, but it was the last major engagement was the Battle of Columbus. When they came in, they took Phoenix City, Alabama, which is just across the river. It took Columbus, and the 2 naval ships they had, they were set afire so the Union force could not use those ships. River boats are called boats, not ships. And they salvaged them in the late 60s and put them ashore and opened a museum. But they were in the air, and of course were deteriorating because of rain. So they put a shelter over them, and of course they were still deteriorating because there was not direct rain, but they were still in the open. So when Georgia got the Olympics, we raised the penny sales tax there in Columbus, so we could host some Olympic Games, and some of that money we had to use that land where just the cover was.
Mm-hmm.
We need to use that land for a parking lot for some new construction. So we had to move them somewhere. So a couple hundred yards away, they built a museum. So they're actually inside a museum now.
And there you were, sitting watching a movie and walking around the museum with them.
Taking care of the old ships, basically with money raised with a 1 cent sales tax because of that was originally put in because of the Olympics. We had the Olympic softball games in '96. Mm-hmm. So yes, I did attend an Olympic game, a real Olympic game in my hometown, and there's probably not outside Columbus, and maybe the people who went to an Olympic game in Atlanta that was born and raised in Atlanta, there's not a million people on the planet who can say I went to Olympic games in my hometown.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. I can guarantee you the Olympic Games are never going to come here.
That was an interesting time. They're never going to go to Chicago because Chicago was up for them, and they put a bid in, but it was a half bid. They didn't have everything covered because they wanted everything in Chicago so they can make money. The rich people, you got to have the rich behind it, or you're not going to succeed. You kind of made a bid like that when you're talking millions of dollars of investment. You got to have the rich, and rather than donating the money and taking the tax deduction, they want to invest in a company that would host the Olympic Games so they can make money hand over fist. And you can't do that with the Olympics.
No.
They tried every which way they could. They couldn't figure out how to really make a profit. All you can do is take a tax deduction or advertise your business or open a construction business. And that's what people in Columbus did. They opened up several construction. I had construction people contacting me when I first started talking about it. He said, whatever you need. Because in the state of Georgia, because there were games scattered all over the place, not just Atlanta, if you could drive a screw or if you could nail a nail in straight without bending it and messing it up, you had a job.
Yep.
If you could build a doghouse, you got a job.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And of course, that's kind of why the spirits are hanging around that museum. One, you got 2 old ships in there. Nobody died. They burned them and just turned them loose and let them float down the river and burn. Yeah. But they hang around there because of all the energy. Now, there's a port there. They load barges there from shipping oil or whatever up there. There's a big oil tanker storage area there. Of course, there's a football park where high school football's played, and of course, you got a minor league baseball park.
Yeah.
So you got all kinds of energy. Plus, you got a major 6-lane road going around it all in a horseshoe type loop.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and
I've always thought what do you think about this? You got to have some kind of energy
Yeah.
for
And
a spirit to be around.
yep. And that's what I tell people, because they'll be like, well, I never did that before. Or, well, what did you do? What's new going on? You know, what's going on now? So, you put up a big fancy garage or whatever now, and you got all these welders and stuff going on. They have to have something to feed off of, and it's funny how
Right.
water, and that's why I tell people, you'd be really surprised about how water just running over different kind of rocks, creates this different kind of energy that ramps up, the paranormal, it's just crazy how, like, water and limestone, go figure. It makes,
Mm-hmm.
it makes crazy energy, and it ramps up paranormal energy around it. But they have to have energy to feed off of. And the more energy they have, the more active they're going to be.
Right.
So if there's nobody
And
around, it
that's
doesn't
why I
go.
think when we first moved in this house 7 years ago, right, this house was abandoned. It was hit foreclosure and was abandoned for almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
No electricity, nobody around it.
Yep.
Even though you've got a creek, if you notice in the intro, Cane Creek Township, Cane Creek, which is a pretty good sized creek, is just a short ways away, quarter mile. The bayou, Bartholomew Bayou, the longest bayou in the world, is just down the road about a half mile. You've also got a big fishing lake that's artificial, where they put a hole in the ground and cut down some of the trees, but they flooded the whole area and put dikes up in the low end and basically diked up Cane Creek, right where Cane Creek flowed into the bayou. So they're all connected there.
Yeah.
And that's only a couple miles down the road, which is, a lot of running water from the Cane Creek. Well, bayou being a bayou doesn't flow really unless it's flooding.
Yeah.
But it's got Cane Creek running into it pretty hard, heavy, especially after a rain. And I couldn't figure out why there was nothing going on here until I lived here for a while. And of course, my wife and I being around all the time, running lights at night, running TVs, just normal everyday living.
Yeah. It just
started creating paranormal activity.
Yeah, just your body, creating kinetic energy, walking, doing daily chores, doing whatever. You're gonna bleed energy into the ground and into your environment, because that's all we are. We're all just energy, You're just one big energy field. If you don't have energy in your body,
Mm-hmm.
guess what? You don't move. So, yeah, just you guys being there and doing whatever you do every day, it just gave them enough to start,
Mm-hmm. Occasional ghost. I've got a window, a hand in here, that way. But I've actually got a window both sides. There's a window here, and there's a window there. The window, wrong hand, that way. Occasionally during the show, I had tappings on the window.
It's going.
Just a finger, tapping on the window.
Hey,
there's no tree. Mm-hmm. There's no tree out here. That's my septic tank sitting there. So any trees I've removed to keep the roots from getting into the septic tank. So there's grass out here, and that's it. Nothing that could reach this window. I've also, and did you know? I can't remember her name. Miranda, the ghost biker.
I've heard of her.
from Tennessee.
I've heard of her.
I had her on the show, and she heard the tapping. It occurred. I said something, got quiet. She got quiet, and she actually heard the tapping through the microphone.
Well, that's cool. Yep.
And then another time during the show, I had an Indian flute being played.
Oh. Well, that's crazy.
Yes. Well, in North America, anywhere you had running water, you had Native Americans. Now, the lake did not exist.
No, but
because it's man-made lake, that's relatively recent. But you had a pretty good-sized creek and the longest bayou on the planet that were both used as highways for trade with the Native Americans.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm on a hill. There's a couple of series of rolling hills. So, and these hills are not peaked. They're kind of got a flat top to them.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that the Native Americans may have been living here for thousands of years, right where I'm sitting.
Well, Arkansas and stuff, I mean, there's a lot of, Native American.
Because you wouldn't want to be jammed up again. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Goes back a long ways. We've got mounds here that go back 4 or 5,000 years.
I was just getting ready
You've
to
got
ask.
Poverty Point down straight south of it. Do what?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if you had any mounds around you, because down in that.
Yeah, there's the mountains in Arkansas to the north, and down south there's Poverty Point, which has got a rather large mound there, and they dated it back to the Bronze Age.
Oh, wow.
In fact, this may have been occupied back when Crete was a superpower.
Oh.
The Minoans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
They found a ship off the Syria-Israeli coastline.
Uh-huh.
And it was full of 0.99987 something pure copper ore in bricks.
Mm.
So there's very few places you can get that pure of copper. And about the only place on the planet, and they checked it mineralogy and it matched from the Great Lakes area.
Huh.
This wreck happened over 2,300 years ago and had copper ingots in it that came from the Lake Superior area.
Oh, wow.
How the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
The answer is poverty, the theory anyway. They had to smelt it somewhere. And you're not going to take a shipload of ore all the way down the Mississippi, across the Gulf of Mexico, and across the Atlantic. That's a big waste.
Yeah.
And smelt it over in Crete. You're going to smelt it here in America and load up your copper in America. A lot less to carry.
Yep.
And the theory is they've got these houses where obviously they heated something. Their theory is it was houses. But why do you want to build houses in a semicircle all right next to each other when you've got thousands of acres? The houses could be a half mile apart. You could have had the same number of people instead of crowding them all together. The theory is that but smelting. They were smelting horse, not heating, cooking horse.
Yeah.
And they took it down to Poverty Point, which is right there on the Mississippi, unloaded the ore, smelted it down to as pure as they could get it, which is extremely pure. Loaded up on an ocean-going ship after bringing it down the Mississippi on a barge, and took it to Crete. And that's where they got a whole lot of copper from.
Huh.
Because they were the superpower, because they had the copper.
Yep. That's pretty cool.
And there's abandoned mines in the Lake Superior area where they've even measured where several hundred tons of ore had been dug out. And this was over 2,000 years ago. And there was no known Native American tribe who would dig a hole that big. Some of them did in North Carolina, South Carolina. They dig a pit and maybe scrape some of the surface copper out and make something.
Yeah. But not a whole
But
lot.
not extensive mines that were hundreds of feet underground.
Yeah.
They've also got mines in England, where a couple hundred feet down again, all shored up, where tin was harvested. England has a lot of tin.
Mm-hmm.
And they dug down there, and some of the fact they got some of the purest tin in the world there. So you're talking about somebody who mined some of the best copper ore and mined some of the best tin ore. And you know what you get when you make copper and tin at a ratio of 4-1. You have the Bronze Age.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
And that's the theory of what went on down there.
Wow. Wow.
And Crete, the Minoans, are the best theory to the Atlanteans. Because they were destroyed by a volcanic eruption and resulting tidal wave.
Mm-hmm.
They were called Atlanteans because they said they went beyond the Straits of Gibraltar, the towers of Hercules, which is Gibraltar. In the Atlantic, they were coming from North America, and they're coming from England, what's now England, with copper and tin. And we're selling copper tin to anybody who had cash or something they want to trade in the Mediterranean. 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, there was worldwide trade.
Wow.
With the Americans.
That's mind blowing. You know,
they call it point because that's what they call the plantation. There's thousands of acres before pre-Civil War. Of course, many slaves because it was all cotton. But they called it Poverty Point. And some of the owners were built on an Indian mound. They set a mound there, and they buried one of the owners, because it was family that had it, and his wife, and a couple other people. But only the wife and a friend of hers have gravestones. There's where from 4 to 7 people buried on the mound. And I was trying to make contact with her, with one of the smart girls. Sarah, I believe was her name.
Uh-huh.
And I heard a male voice come on Echo Vox. She was kind of trying to start with, you know how it goes. Not a whole lot of energy. It's out in the field. No lights, not that much activity. So you got to kind of build the energy up a little bit. And she wasn't used to somebody trying to contact her. It's kind of, huh? What?
You talking to
me? And this male voice come out. Yeah, talking to me? This male voice come over. You're standing on my grave.
Oh. Well, sorry. My bad.
Yes. Daniel Roberts wants me to find a copy of that and send it to him because I got that recorded somewhere off EchoVox. And he wants me to send it to I got to through all my archives and see if I can find that because it was clear as a bell. You're standing on my grave, and I'm saying, "Ooh, oh, oops!" And I'm, of course, getting up and moving. At that point, because I was standing beside her grave, and he's buried right beside her.
Oh, wow. That is cool. That's another place I want to go really bad. I'd like to go up there
Yes.
in November. Is up north. It's not that far away from me, you know. I want to go to Erie and Lake Superior. Like November. November was notorious for, you know, storms, you know, on Superior would take these ships down.
Erie's,
you know, it's some of the most dangerous water on earth. You know, people don't realize that, but you know, they have seen it almost fire and the ghost ships and stuff on Superior and Erie because, you know, it's some dangerous water. I would love to go there.
Especially, well, Erie is very shallow compared to Superior. But,
yeah.
But Superior with a depth. That's why they say it doesn't give up its dead because on Erie or most lakes, the ship goes down, the bodies eventually find their way out a porthole or something broken and float out of the ship and float to the surface. Superior is so deep and the water so cold that the bodies don't float to the surface.
No.
They literally stay sunken forever.
Yep.
And there's nothing during the winter, especially when you have the first squalls come in November. They call it the Witch of November. It's when the winds start coming up. You don't want to go out there on that lake because unless you're on a major ship. And even then, when the first squalls hit, you don't want to be on the ship because Edmund Fitzgerald got broken in half like that.
Yeah.
There is nothing to have 20 and 30 foot waves on that lake during a storm.
I know people don't understand.
And you've got to be in a major ship.
Yeah, but they say, you know, about the spirits that walk up and down the beaches, and about seeing the ghost ships and St. Elmo's fire out on the water. I would love to go and investigate that. I think it would be cool.
There's a lot of places up there to investigate. I did not get much, and didn't get Lake Superior at all when I lived in Chicago, and didn't really get to too many places there on the lake. I guess that's something if I lived there now I could be, but she quit her job in Chicago, and I said let's just go to. Nobody hired Gail because of her history with Northwestern, because they were all rightfully so thinking, well, Northwestern called you back. Why should I spend a month training you to do this job? Where if Northwestern called you after a month of you working here and you're gone, why should I do that? So they were hired. She came down here. We went to town. One of the first times we went to town and got a job.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. And I also could not get disability in Chicago. I came down here. We hadn't even completely moved in this house. And I got disability.
Yeah, it's funny how, you know.
So we
just where you live and
everything just kind of.
Yeah. Because I was laughing the other day because I was watching the local news, and they were saying that some people that were getting help with food, you know, getting food assistance or whatever in Pennsylvania, they were going to get more, but some people were going to get less because of the cost of food and the cost of living had gone up. And I was like, hold on a minute. Now I'm confused. You're giving more of it taking off of others, and you're saying it's because the cost of living and the cost of food went up. I don't understand that. I was like, never mind. I can't watch the news. You guys confuse me. I made no sense to me at all.
You've got politics so divided now.
Yeah.
You've got one side trying to take away everybody's Social Security, privatize it. That didn't sell. And now they're trying to reduce payments or whatever. Some people want food stamps ended, which automatically creates 10 million hungry people in this country. Do you really want to do that?
Yeah.
The majority of those people are children. So do you really want 6 million hungry children because you eliminated that program?
Yeah.
They
Exactly.
also want to cut off WIC. WIC is a program where they're given, you
Like
can go and buy a
milk,
certain kind of milk. You got to buy a certain
Yeah.
kind of vegetables. Yeah.
But it's just, it's
But a
something
big biggie
for
is
people.
baby formula.
Yeah.
The biggie is baby formula. That's tremendously expensive, and they pay for baby formula. And I've told people here in this county, I said, look, if you cut out the WIC program, you will have 3/4 of the babies in this very county, babies you see all the time, babies that are related to you, going hungry because their mothers cannot afford to purchase baby formula. You will have
Yeah.
the local grocery store having to lock up baby formula behind the counter office of the store, which they have room for, but they would have to stack all of it in there, lock it up, lock pallets of it up in the back, because people would be trying to steal it. Because people are not going to put up with hungry children.
No.
Hunger is a
Yep.
motivator of an adult. If you see your children going hungry, especially your baby going hungry because of formula, nobody is going to sit there and watch their baby die of starvation and do nothing.
Nope.
They will pick up a gun, they'll pick up a baseball bat, but they're going to wherever you got something that baby can eat. And they will eat, or they will be in jail. And then you'll have to go get the local authorities will have to take the baby in, spend thousands of dollars supporting that baby while they've got the parents in jail.
Yeah.
And giving them 3 hots and a cot.
Yeah.
They're having to take care of the baby, costing thousands of dollars. You're not going to save anything by ending food stamps. You're not going to save anything by canceling WIC. Why? Even about it.
Yeah. All they're going to do is create a lot of desperate people trying to save themselves. And then it's just going to cause
you create criminals.
Yeah.
You create
That's all
criminals. And somebody's going to get killed. Either a store owner is going to kill somebody who's stealing, or somebody's going to come in with a gun and it's going to go off. A cashier is going to get killed. How much lives and how much you going to spend locking people up?
Yeah.
That would far outgo the money you're saving by canceling this program. It's ridiculous. It's rhetoric, and stupid.
Yep.
They're not thinking the whole thing out.
No. Well, because the people making these laws,
All they see is we can save a couple bucks.
Those people never went hungry. They don't know what it's like.
No.
And I remember back in 19.
Most of them have got law degrees. A lot. Mm-hmm.
My dad went everywhere for a job. He was a Vietnam veteran, couldn't find a job anywhere in the 80s. I remember standing in the cheese line. It was the best damn cheese I ever made.
I only bit into it once. Somebody I knew at the time had gotten some government cheese and they handed me a hunk of it.
I'm telling you, made the best.
I remember I ate some of it, took it home, and was going to store the rest of it because you don't need a fistful of sized cheese at once. And I was going to put it in the refrigerator to eat later. My mother was in a panic because all of a sudden there's this government cheese in her refrigerator, and she wasn't having it.
It made
She
the
thought
best
I'd hold it and threw it
pepperoni
out.
and cheese, I'm telling you.
Then it went bad.
Yep, that was the good old days. How about it?
But
And that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, it's a lot of crazy rhetoric going on, and that's what's causing a lot of upset in the paranormal. You've got everybody on edge, you got everybody mad, you got all this energy just flying around in the airways. And remember, if we talk to ghosts, what is a ghost made of?
Yeah.
You said it earlier. It's energy.
Energy. That's all it is.
That's it.
And negative energy is going to breed negative energy. And that's all,
Right.
And I tell everybody
and
all the time.
with all the energy flying around.
Yep, you reap what you sow. You sow
But
negative.
you got microwaves flying around all over the place. You've got you get negative. And you've got I've got my antenna that I'm going right through with this show is a square antenna about the size of a pretty good sized laptop. You can't see my hands; they're too far apart. But about the size of a regular sized laptop. And I've got a pole with a light on it out front of my house. It's one of the big straight light type things that's actually tied through my front porch lights. Probably can turn it on all. I got another one. You're required to have one staying on all the time by the local ordinance. And it's out back. So that's another thing that stirs up a little bit of paranormal activity is having two lights burning. Especially those things, they leak the power. Anyway, it's up pretty high up on that pole, and I got a little bit better internet than I had a year ago. Because a year ago, I had just some antennas in here sticking in the window, and that's how I had internet. Now I've got a big old antenna, it's about a foot square on a pole out in front of my house. You got microwaves, 5G going everywhere. Of course, we don't have 5G here. We're working on 3G. Biden sent some money down to the state. Arkansas got it, and they're being really slow about what they're supposed to do because it's made to put high-speed internet across the state, and it ain't got here yet. You got 5G in Pine Bluff, which is about 30 miles away.
Yep.
So they're supposed to come down here with 5G. So you got 3G, 4G, you got 5G, all this energy flying around in the atmosphere. And now you've got all this yelling and screaming and threatening going out. And they can feel that. They're picking up on negative energy. Yeah. So, it's amazing that we don't have every person who ever died walking around with all the energy flying around.
And that's what I tell people. Like, if you read, like even there was reports, Lincoln was reporting, about paranormal things happening, and all kinds of crazy stuff, happening before the Civil War. And if you go down through history, and you look and you start reading about different paranormal things and different unexplained phenomenon and stuff, it's always, really ramped up before a major world event. It's usually a major war. And like even World War II, I mean, Hitler was, dabbling in all the, black magic and whatever else, because there was so much going on at the time that he was trying to, tap into that extra whatever that was going on. You know, he thought it would help him win the war. So, I mean, if you just look, I think we're just headed in the same direction as all the other times, because if you start connecting dots, you can't help but say, hey, you know, there's something major going to start here soon, and you better start hunkering down, because I mean, the paranormal world, I think, is kind of trying to say, hey, you know, they're giving us all the warning signs. Really, they are. Just people don't pay attention to them.
They are. Because, right. But they don't pay attention to their government. Our democracy, we were 8 democracies. Everybody's democracy.
What democracy?
Ours, there's another group in Europe, I believe, that embraced it. Our democracy was downgraded 3 times. One before Trump, 2 during Trump, and we don't have a pure democracy here. We are kind of seeking toward what Turkey is, where you get the vote, but once they get in, rather than doing issues for the people, they do what they want to.
Yeah.
There's a word for it. I can't remember what that term is. It's a form of democracy, but it starts with a whole different letter. It's
called your
form of democracy, where it's not a pure democracy. Yeah, where you're dropping between a democracy and a autocracy.
Yeah,
kind of a combination of those 2 words, and that's what we've got here. And we are in that always happens before a civil war.
Mm-hmm.
And you got people on TV, on YouTube, screaming "Civil War, Civil War." What I want those people to do is watch some YouTube videos, watch some movies, watch some documentaries of war. All they have to do is watch the news coming out of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Is this what they want?
Yes, this is what they want for this country.
Because they seem to think we got all the guns. We're going to start shooting people. They got to remember, other people have guns too, and they're going to shoot back. You start a civil war, people are going to shoot back. They're going to shoot back with some big guns. You're going to have the army involved really quick. What are you going to do with your little 30-30, your 30-06 hunting rifle?
Yeah.
When 1,000 Marines come over the hill with automatic weapons, being led by a couple of tanks.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier in the show, I have fired the gun, know how to do it, the Bushmaster, a gun that's on a Striker and a Bradley. That's a pretty good sized cannon. The shell explodes on impact. You can either get personnel, where you shoot at personnel and it explodes above the ground and send shrapnel into a whole bunch of people, or you can get an armored version and send it to the front engine of a truck, and of course blows the engine up because it pierces the block. And of course, the nice thing would be have an armor piercer and then have a shrapnel exploding one hit the front of the truck with armor piercer, blow the engine all to pieces, and then hit the back of the truck with a couple of shrapnels. And if you got 25 personnel back there, I don't care if they got bulletproof vests on, you're going to rip them to shreds. You killed everybody in the truck. And do you really want to go against that kind of firepower if you want to start a civil war?
Yeah, no.
And do you really want to start a civil war when we may be fighting around the Pacific? Because Putin has already threatened Poland by treaty. If a Russian boot crosses the border, we shoot the foot off. our law. We've had for several months Patton's old tank group, Third Army, on the border in Poland, waiting to march if they want to set off a nuclear weapon in Ukraine.
Yeah.
We've also got if you remember, Band of Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch that movie or that series,
Yeah.
they are also in Poland. You don't want those two armies marching across Ukraine headed to Moscow, because the two of them will be shaking hands in the center of Moscow within a month or two, unless you drop nuclear weapons on them. That's the only way to stop them.
So, and then if one drops a nuke, and everybody else,
we're just one shot away, one Russian boot. Yeah, they would have, if we start marching across Ukraine, the second we step a foot in Russia, they got to drop nukes on us, which means they would have to drop nukes all over the upper Midwest, because that's where all our missiles are.
Yep. I don't know. We're in this big fishbowl together.
Chicago gets all the fallout. Yep. And with China threatening Taiwan, that's an automatic war. North Korea keeps rattling its sabers. And if if us and China start exchanging fire, they will drop their 4 or 5 or 6 nukes on Seoul, or they've got 1,000 pieces of, or excuse me, 10,000 pieces of artillery aimed at our army in around Seoul, around the border of North and South Korea. We have to send several carriers there to knock all that artillery out, and we would lose Seoul to a nuclear explosion. And we would lose probably a big chunk of our army to nuclear weapons. We would have to glass North Korea.
Yeah, that little.
So do you want us fighting a war in Syria, Taiwan, Ukraine, and North Korea all at once? In the meantime, we're at home fighting a civil war over stupid junk?
Yeah.
Is that what people want?
Yeah, is that what they want? You know, and if we're divided, then we fall. You know. Even Lincoln said it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A house cannot stand. So
right. It's these people are absolutely insane that want a civil war, because they are asking their kids and grandkids to die fighting their neighbors.
Yeah. And for what?
Over what amounts to absolutely nothing. Lies.
Yeah. And you know what really gets me though? Is I drive around, okay? And I go to all these places and stuff, and I'm looking around. And I've never been so disgusted in my life, because, pardon my French, but, you know, the fuck Biden stuff hanging on people's porches for little kids to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to say I agree with what, you know, come on now. He's just a puppet. He's too stupid and senile to do anything on his own. He just moves his lips. I'm not a Trumpster. You know what I am? I'm for America. That's all. I think we all just need to get along and figure it out before we destroy ourselves. But you don't hang that off your porch for my granddaughter to see and say, hey, what does that mean? You know, and then she's going to write it on her notebook because it's hanging on everybody's porches. You know? Yeah. I think the whole world needs.
What have you ever seen a president that had his? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But have you ever seen a president have his people carry flags? Trump was the only president in the history of the United States who had his own flag.
Mm-hmm.
And just having Trump flags is insane. Now, the same thing. If you have Biden flags, that's equally crazy.
Yeah.
Either one of them is president. In front of them, you should wave the American flag.
The American flag.
Because they're the American president.
Exactly.
Right. You don't wave Trump flags or Biden flags or anybody else's flag.
No. But you know what, though?
It's the American flag. He's the American president.
It all started how many years ago when they told our kids they don't have to say the Pledge of Allegiance in school no more. You don't have to say that no more. You don't pray in school no more. You don't have to listen to what they say. You know, there's no repercussions for these kids anymore. They can do whatever they want to. And all it's doing is snowballing downhill. That's all. And eventually we're all going to get run over.
Right. Well, in theory, you're not, according to the Constitution, you're not supposed to pray in school.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, it's separation of church and state.
Separation of church and state.
Yeah. But,
and they wrote that in, so there's no national religion. Because they saw the problems England had by having religion nationalized.
Okay, but then the
and
question
they
is,
said, we're not going to have that. We're not going to have national religion.
But then why do they put it on our currency, In God We Trust?
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
Right.
And then you can't give your kid a licking either, you know? You can't give your kid a licking when he does something stupid and when he's bad. You're not allowed to tell him, you know, smack him on the butt and send him on his way. I'm old school. Hey, this mama carried a wooden spoon in her purse till my kid was 14 years old. I didn't care where we were. He better listen or he was going to do the spoon boogie. You know? And then I'd be happy because I'd go somewhere and he'd open up the doors for women and old ladies and stuff and help them carry the groceries and stuff. And they'd be like, you have such a nice young man. Well, yeah, because he knew better than to be disrespectful or his rear end was going to hurt. I didn't beat my kid, but by God, I'd give him a licking. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean,
it's a crazy world. I think.
Hey,
but I think this is what's creating an energy increase of the paranormal.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think so too, because you know, and it's not just like this, you know, ghosts and spirits, but what's up with the increase with people seeing like Mothman and Dogman and stuff like that. Because like I follow the cryptid communities too, you know, and both of those, you know, like the Rougarou down in Louisiana, you know, he's been spotted a couple times. What's up with that? And those are all negative, you know, and they're really,
yes, they could be some kind of negative spirits. Sometimes I've wondered if my theory, some of your Bigfoot, the reason we can't get a clear picture of it is an interdimensional being.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of times they try to get cast with their feet, and then a mud plane, all of a sudden the foot appears. They would have left tracks before that just to get there, but also it's 2, 3, 4, 5 tracks, and then it's gone again.
Yeah.
Like somebody come in there once, twice, 3 or 4 times, and disappear. That's why I thought, and then people who have a camera, and everybody's got a camera now. If you got a cell phone, you've got a camera that's actually better and will take a better picture than what they had 15 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But they still can't get a decent picture of Bigfoot or these other cryptids.
Yeah.
So it's not for lack of cameras out there. I think a lot of it's interdimensional beings, and some of it's metaphysical.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what I told him last weekend at that conference. I said, and
it could be by all the negativity going out.
Yeah. I've had this all my life where I could see stuff, and I was afraid to tell anybody for a long time. But because of this right here,
what?
For the first time in my life,
Uh-huh.
I'm sitting at the cool kids table. How about it? Now what I do is accepted and is cool because everybody is doing it too. Go figure.
Right. Back when I was seeing spirits as a child, and my parents obviously haven't been in Columbus, which was a big Indian village. It was up at the falls. The fault kind of is an old fault line of Georgia. And the land falls there several feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why there's several dams in the area. And that's why Columbus was settled by the white man and also Native Americans, because it was the furthermost north navigable parts of the Chattahoochee River. Still is, although you now have to go through a few around some dams by using some locks. But before they built the dams, you could have a canoe from Columbus to the Gulf of Mexico. You had to go through a couple rapids, but that's it. And even now, you go a couple of locks around dams, and you can still take a boat from Columbus, Georgia, to the Gulf of Mexico. Columbus get barges all the time of great big bulk shipments. They got a whole installation there, but it's mostly liquid stuff, diesel fuel, oil, big bulk oil, stuff like that.
Yeah,
You just pushed up the river rather than shipping it by trucks, quicker and easier by tonnage. But that place was inhabited by Native Americans many, many years ago, like this area was. 25,000 years ago, Bartholomew was not a bayou. It was the Arkansas River. 25,000 years ago, sometime the river changed course and left a ditch that basically got filled with rainwater, and that's how Bayou Bartholomew got created. It was rainwater in a ditch where the river had moved for this day and just left a ditch. And if you have a river in North America, you had Native Americans in it. There are some people estimating now that before Columbus came over here, there was up to, in North, Central, and South America, there was up to 100 million people living in North America.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Well, I would imagine because, they have...
The only reason the whites were able to take over the Americas is because of disease.
Yeah.
The French, the trappers came in, started spreading the disease. People started dying, and the more whites that came over, the more Native Americans got sick and died from smallpox, chickenpox, you name it.
Yeah.
They had no natural immunity to that. No. All the diseases that racked Europe for years, the survivors had an immunity to them.
Yeah.
But they would catch, they were just a little bit sick, but they'd survive it. They come over here and they'd spread it among all the Native Americans, and they didn't survive it. Very few of them survived it. And
they had no chance.
By the time we started moving west, there was just thousands of Native Americans, not millions. Mm-hmm. Had they been immune to the diseases like whites were, you'd still have a majority Native American here, and maybe a few colonies of whites had moved here and settled here to trade or whatever.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be sitting where we are. We're sitting here right here. And had they been simply immune to smallpox, chickenpox, etc., we wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
Our ancestors wouldn't have come here.
Mm-mm. Nope.
It's crazy to think about. Every continent is a massive graveyard, and as more people died at sea than at land. This planet, with the millions of people that have died over the years, is one huge graveyard.
Yeah. Yep.
And talking about Native American, that was a Native American burial ground. What? Just about everywhere it was. I mean, with this hill that I'm living on, would have been a prime acreage for a Native American burial ground.
Yeah. Well, that's like the Punxsutawney area, you know.
There's no way to prove that because there's no written record.
Mm-hmm. No.
Well, look at the word you just used. What did you call that area?
It's Punxsutawney. It's Native American for sandfly from the Delaware Indians.
Arkansas was it? Mm-hmm. Delaware was an Indian word. Arkansas was a Native American word. Now Louisiana came from, of course, King Louis. That was basically a French term named after King George, of course, an English king. And New York was named after York, of course, the British. But so many of the states, Detroit, Chicago is named after a stinky onion. That's what the Native Americans called it. It's a stinky onion.
Stinky onion. All righty. Yeah. Well, Punxsutawney is sandfly, so.
Yep, that's what Chicago is.
Stinky onion.
There you go.
Stinky onion. All right.
How many areas, cities, states in this country are named after American words? Almost the majority.
Yeah. Probably, 80, 90% of them.
Mm-hmm.
And if not,
it's
named after.
When you start thinking about it, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's why we see dead people all the time. And when we open up a kind of and try communication like a SB7, SB11, EchoVox, any of its versions, or just try to get just got a recorder and you're just trying to get EVP. That's why we get things like this. Because the whole planet's just a big graveyard, and people were here. They still have scientists fighting over how long Native Americans were here.
Yeah.
And they're saying, okay, well, no Native Americans here before 25,000 years ago, but they've been finding evidence where they were here 50,000 years ago. And so they're arguing over that. We almost all spoke Chinese. Chinese sent two fleets out at once. And about 3 or 4 different occasions, they sent massive fleets out, thousands of ships, worldwide trade. And they came to North America, Central America, and South America and traded with the Native Americans. Have you ever seen a South American chicken?
Those black ones?
A chicken from South America. They're not European chickens.
No, it's those crazy black looking chickens with black meat. Is that what they are?
They're an Asian chicken. They're Asian chicken.
Yeah. Yeah.
What we have in North America is European chickens because the French and the English brought them over here. Down in South America, the Spanish did not bring chickens with them. Chickens were already here. Asian chickens. They came from China. How did they get there?
Wow. They didn't fly that far.
Now, if you remember the 4th and 5th grade, I don't know if you remember 4th and 5th, 6th grade, but you always heard about Magellan, the first guy to sail around the world.
He'd sailed around the world. Yeah. He'd sailed around the Cape of Good Hope, didn't he?
Yeah, the Straits of Magellan.
Yeah.
An island that every kid knows because it's in the history books, where what was left of his 5-ship crew, I think they were down to 1 ship at this point. They were starving, managed to get to an island, which was, of course, in the East Indies, probably current Philippines or Mariana, some of those islands over there, famous for World War II. They stopped there to resupply. They got corn. They resupplied with corn. Okay. A kid just, okay, they got corn and they lived. Yes, true. That's all they know. Corn at the time was a North American plant. How did a Spanish explorer stop at a native island over in the East Indies and load up with corn?
Yeah. No, this my question.
Also,
is
okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Corn's not good for you though. How in the world does corn save people's lives? Come on now. Think about it. They don't call it corn poop for nothing. It doesn't even digest half the time. You know what I mean? So how does corn save everybody's life all the time?
It's filling, you get nutrients out of it. It's a near superfood.
All right. All I know is it gets stuck in there somewhere and it doesn't evacuate for 3 months. I don't eat corn.
Well, there's another question about corn. Back in when they first started, Portuguese first started going to India, they looked at some of their coins, and they had corn stalks on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
How?
Because it's not.
North America had not been covered by Europeans yet.
Yeah. So where did corn come from?
How did they get corn? Pictures of corn. The Chinese trade. What you had Chinese traders on a regular route would sail from China to India, and they had already gone to North America and traded and got some corn seed and were growing corn in these strange places, even though it was a North American plant and was genetically modified by Native Americans, because we think they're stupid and, Stone Age people, but they created corn, the original cobs of corn, about like this, about an inch and a half. That's as big as they were to start with. They crossbred, genetically modified them to what we have today. Corn is basically grass. It only grew about a foot tall or so. Maybe if I could find some a couple feet tall.
I love that baby corn. I love it on my salad. I'll sing the song. I love baby corn. Yeah.
But it's basically grass.
Yeah. But like the South is full of rice, So where did they get the rice plants?
You're talking to a guy that's lived in Arkansas for 7 years.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on rice. There's more rice grown in Arkansas the rest of the country combined.
Oh, yeah?
Our rice is the number one cash crop of Arkansas. Yes, we are number one. There's some grown in northern Louisiana, but nowhere near what's grown in Arkansas.
I'll be darned.
We sell, farmers here lost millions of dollars when Trump put tariffs on China, because China put tariffs back on us and cut off a lot of farmers selling rice to China. That's how much rice is grown down here.
Hey, do you remember back
When you go to the grocery store and you see Riceland Rice, the headquarters of Riceland is less than 20 miles from where I'm sitting.
Oh. Well, I'll be darned. Hey, do you remember though when there was government? Do you remember when the government was paying people not to grow corn? They'd be like, "What do you do?" Well, I don't grow corn. Yep.
And I've often thought that's crazy because, why pay them not to grow stuff when they could just leave it alone and let the farmers grow their corn, whatever they're growing, and buy their product for market price.
Because
you got hungry people in this country, you got hungry people overseas, and you're spending tax dollars to pay farmers not to grow food.
Yeah, and that was actually, at the big point of, them begging us for money to help, feed the Ethiopians and stuff because they were starving to death at huge rates, Well, if they would have took all that corn that they were paying people not to grow, we could have fed the whole country,
Mm-hmm.
And
we could feed the whole world.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We could go on all night,
and
Glenn.
We really messed up. Yeah, we really messed up by not helping Africa, because Africa has a lot of resources, and we need it. Guess who beat us to the punch and is still beating us to the punch trading with Africa? China,
of course. Yep.
Yes. And we could have been over there trading with them for years, but we didn't do it, and that's our government's fault. That was a huge mistake that made this country's made for 100 years.
Yeah, the resources they have there is insane.
Yes.
Yep.
And stuff we don't have. Like we still get chromium from South Africa because we don't have chromium. There's no more chromium in the United States. Another thing we have very, very little of is rare earths. Guess who's got most of the rare earths? China and Africa.
Yep.
Guess who lords over most of the rare earths on the planet? China.
Yep.
You can't make a cell phone, you can't make a TV set without rare earths.
Nope, they own us.
It's crazy.
They own us from within. Yep. So, well, Len.
And to wind this all up with a bow on it, this is what's causing all the trouble with the paranormal. That's what they're screaming at us about.
Yeah.
And they do scream it. I was on a ghost box session when the war in Ukraine really got serious. When Russia invaded, and we had over a ghost box, somebody saying war, death, shooting, explosions, and it was the weekend that Russia crossed the border. Ukraine had been fighting Russian separatists for a while, but they didn't have Russians in their fighting. And the very weekend that Russia crossed the border into Ukraine, we got those kind of words over a ghost box.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yep. Negative just it just flares up all the rest of the negative. So, I mean,
It's crazy.
and all that energy is just going to make more energy.
But
you
I haven't mentioned it.
Just keep feeding them.
I put down below there on the crawl your Facebook address.
Mm-hmm.
How else can people reach you?
They can find me
besides going to your Facebook page.
They can find me at the Ghost Chick on Facebook, or they can email me at ghostchicks22@gmail.com. They can find me on there.
Okay.
That would be the easiest ways to get a hold of me. And then if you like follow me on my Ghost Chick page on Facebook, I even have my Ghost Chick phone number on there and stuff, because I do go and help people whenever they need help. And I don't charge. I don't charge to help people. I'm here to help.
What? Mm-hmm. Right.
Well,
as it should be.
And people were like,
you got anything else you want to say tonight? Because I think we need to end it.
I know. The night's young and neither are we. It was just a pleasure being with you again tonight.
Right. And the timer, the pleasure being with you. We've had it for 3 hours and 37 minutes and counting.
Man.
That's over 3.5 hours.
Yep. Gabbing.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I know, but I love to talk to you. We get into some good discussions. So, hey, hopefully I'll get some more.
We covered a lot of bases tonight.
Yep, I'll get some good investigations going and stuff, and I'll send you some of my stuff I find at like the Butler VA hospital and stuff. I'm really excited about that one. So,
all right.
Yep.
And we didn't even talk about New Orleans tonight. I talked about a couple other places in Louisiana, but New Orleans is got a special place in my heart, and I'll be back down there. And that place is sure enough for real haunted. You fire a Echo Box or a Ghost Box anywhere in the French Quarter, and you're going to have voices coming at you.
Oh yeah, I want to go there with you sometime. I'm telling you, we're gonna have to get our better halves together and meet up sometime.
But my other half loves New Orleans. So anytime I go to New Orleans, she's game.
Okay. Well, my better half and I have been dying to go down there. I mean, we used to go down there all the time when we were driving truck, but never for this. It was always work. But now we don't have to do that. So we'll have to go for pleasure.
At a hotel we stayed at the first time I took her down there.
Uh-huh.
We stayed in a French Quarter hotel, which is, of course, they had a woman that liked to sing on the face.
Oh.
And what fun. We were staying in room 100, which had French doors that opened up to the pool and courtyard area.
Oh.
Every hotel down there has a courtyard. Of course, that's where they used to keep their horses, and you had the big doors going out, so you got some ventilation with, of course, without air conditioning.
Yeah.
But they got 2 rooms in that hotel. One of them we were staying at, you had the entrance door to the room, but you also had these big French doors up to the courtyard. So your whole room was, you opened the doors up and your whole room was opened up to the courtyard. You got a little shallow pool out there. But the point is, you had a far wall that was separating that was the wall of the opposing building.
Yeah.
The building next door was the infamous haunted pharmacy there in the French Quarter.
Oh,
That's been on TV a dozen times. And this hotel we stayed at shared an outside wall with that pharmacy, where without having to pay money to get in pharmacy, all you had to do was go out there at 2:00 in the morning, not make a whole lot of noise, put your earphones in, the Echo Box or your Spirit Box through your headphones, and talk softly, and you can talk to all the ghosts you want to out of that pharmacy because they're right there.
Oh man! See, I gotta.
And you're 25 steps from your hotel room.
See, I gotta come down and meet you there sometime. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to do this, Len. I'm sorry.
That is yeah, that's an amazing place. There's a lot of people who want to go to New Orleans with me.
Hey, listen,
There's also one of the.
I like to drive down through there.
Mhm.
They'd be like, "You have to go to New Orleans and pick this up or drop this off." I'd be like, "Yes," because I just wanted to eat. They got the best food. They got the best food.
Oh, on the other side of that hotel
Uh-huh.
that I was telling you about, one side's a pharmacy, haunted pharmacy. On the other side is an old mansion that was built when Napoleon was defeated at Waterloo. He had
Yeah.
a fan living there in New Orleans and
Yeah.
built a house for him. And when Napoleon was exiled, what was it, Elba? When he was exiled there, he was offering Napoleon to come to New Orleans and live in this mansion in exile.
Oh wow. That would be so
Napoleon
cool.
never lived there, of
No.
course, but the guy built it for Napoleon. Is now a restaurant,
Oh.
but it is by the French Quarter and edit of New Orleans. They cannot physically change the building. They can make upkeep, something cracks. They can you put some filler in it to fix it, but they cannot modify the inside or the outside. So you can actually go in there, eat your dinner. If the box is full, they'll open up upstairs for people to sit, and you can sit in an old mansion that was built right after Waterloo,
Wow.
Battle of Waterloo. And it is very haunted. There's spirits going up and down the staircase there. Catch them on a slow night, especially during the week. They'll kind of let you roam around the place. And it's good food. If you like poor boys or any of your standard food, French Quarter sandwiches, very good food. A few doors down past that restaurant is probably one of the, if not the best breakfast counter in the French Quarter. And they've got a large menu, about 15, 20 items. But not just items, breakfast, a different combo. You want 2 eggs, 2 pieces of sausage, you want bacon with it. You just got to read the menu, say, I want a 1, I want a 2, I want a 15, and give it to you. And it's in an old building, former store, right there in the French Quarter. And like any other building in the French Quarter in New Orleans, it's haunted too. But they serve an excellent, excellent breakfast.
Oh wow. I'm telling you, had me they have good food.
So I would recommend staying at that hotel. Yes. So right there in the Napoleon House has good prices. They are not like the restaurant across the street where 2 people go in there for a good supper, good food, but you're not going to get out of there without spending $80, $70, $80. Napoleon House, you can go there for $15, $20 a person.
Wow. Wow.
And you got these places in a row, so it's an incredible place to stay. When we were staying there, the first morning we got up. You
It's a
got to
whopping
look at
50
my
degrees.
wife now. First time she ever been to New Orleans. Ooh. But the first morning we woke up, we couldn't get out of the hotel. Mainly because they were filming NCIS
Oh, yeah.
across the street of the big, nice, fancy 5-star hotel across the street. And they were filming that. And there's Scott Bakula was standing there with a fake gun shooting a scene over and over again.
Uh-oh.
Had a car come flying down the street screeching, so they had to block traffic. So we were stopped, and of course I got all this on camera with Scott Bakula doing this. Which and that's how my wife got broke into New Orleans, is watching TV show being filmed out the front door.
There you go. I would have been tased because I would have attacked that man. I used to love him when he played in Quantum Leap way back in the day. Yep.
But there he was, just a few yards from us, and there we are filming him with a cell phone camera.
Oh my. Well.
So yeah, you'd have been tased or at least tackled by some of the big security guys that were around.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Did you ever watch him in Enterprise?
And what?
Enterprise. Star Show.
Yes. Yes. I love me a man in uniform. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I was at Starfleet for a while. I was actually the president of the Columbus Star Trek Club, which we called a ship, and we called the president a captain.
All right. All righty.
So I actually did that. We had a big meeting at the local college, university, and they had a speaker on the space day, because we had the first Challenger. You know, when they spent a bunch of money, call them Challenger places, under the Challenger reactor, it exploded. We had one, the first one in Columbus. Coca-Cola came in and met the money and spent a whole bunch of money there. Of course, Columbus is was where Coca-Cola was invented. But but they had a big thing out there and had speakers, and I asked a question that was very relevant. Of course, this was mid to late 80s of the speaker. It took him about almost 30 minutes to explain the answer. It was a rather complicated question. I asked him, is Russia going to participate with us in the International Space Station? And he would have to be in charge of designing the space station. And we talked afterwards. So, of course, he okay, who asked me that question? I walked up to him. We shook hands and talked for a little bit. And, of course, here I am having a conversation in public with him, and private conversation later with him. The reason that's significant is not because he was in charge of the space station, the construction. He was also the 12th man to walk on the moon. He was the commander of Apollo 12.
Oh, cool.
Conrad.
Cool. That is cool.
Yeah.
You meet the most
I mean, all the things on Facebook. Wow. This is internet connection this time of day. I win all the little contests on Facebook. If my internet will let me get my name out, it's flashing off every few seconds. But when I say that I talked to the 12 men who walked on the moon, and number 3 that actually walked on the moon, Commander Apollo 12, and of course, I used to go to wrestling matches locally in Columbus in the mid '60s, and I was sitting beside Lillian Carter, Jimmy Carter's mother. So naturally, I met Jimmy Carter on several different occasions. So yeah, I've met a president and a man who walked on the moon.
Well, that's
So
pretty cool.
when people say, "Who's the most famous person you've met?" When I start looking at it's over with.
Yep.
People have no comment to say. I end the contest.
Yep. You ended it right there. All right. Well, I better let you go.
Oh, when I was in Starfleet, I was, I helped design the space station myself. I was talking to a NASA engineer. I drew up the space station, handed it to the engineer, and it talked to Pete Conrad, and he was in charge of designing the thing. And they designed it the way I drew it up. So I helped design that damn thing that's still up there.
Wow.
I've had no fun in my life whatsoever. None.
Nope. None. Hey, live life to the fullest.
All right.
Because you know what? I'm only here
I said
time.
you never know when your time's up. If you see opportunity for fun, grab it, go do it.
Yep. And don't worry, because when you die, I'll just find you later.
So if you have a chance to come to New Orleans, let me know.
All right, I will. I will. Definitely.
Yeah. We'll all be around.
Yep. I plan on haunting a lot
because
of
people. The wife and I have already agreed that we're going to be cremated. Mm-hmm. But we're going to be cremated and have our ashes scattered here on the ground.
Well, that's cool. That is cool. I don't know. I'm going to be cremated. I don't care what they do.
So
with me.
We will always be here.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to put in that when we get cremated, if you want the property, you be sure, because we own this place, to scatter ashes here on property.
Yeah.
And then you can do what you want to with it.
Yep.
Because we got our cabin in the woods. We got 4 acres of land here.
Wow. And you'll be all over the place.
It's all paid for. So. Yeah, just scatter ashes out on this hill, the top of this hill, and add it to all the other people who have been buried here, died here.
Yep.
All right, I appreciate you coming on the show. We will talk again.
All right, thanks, Len. Love ya. Tell Gail I said hi.
You take it.
You
take
too.
care. Tell your husband. I don't remember his name. What is your husband's name?
Mark.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, Mark.
Yep, Mark.
I heard Mark in an Xbox session last night. Somebody said Mark. I don't know anybody here named Mark.
You talk about my hubby.
That's weird. Could be because I've known very few Marks, and definitely they were not on my mind last night because I haven't known a Mark in many years. The last guy I knew, he was a fellow DJ. I was DJing in the early 80s. We called him Mark.
Huh. Well, I'll tell him. The other
It was
guy
an interesting play. He worked at a rock and roll station called Mark in the Dark. He sounded as white as I do.
Wow.
And and he was as bad as Ace of Spades. A great guy. He and I would have nothing bad to say about each other. We worked together for several years, but it was a real play on words and a shock for anybody who want to meet this very good rock and roll DJ. And here's this 6'2", 6'3" black guy standing in front of him.
That's cool. All right. Well, good night. Thank you.
Good night to you. Have a great day tomorrow or later today.
Yep. All right. You too.
Bye-bye. All right, that's going to be it for our show tonight. We had a long show, almost 4-hour long show. Let me get out of here. I am going to show my videos one more time. Excuse me. First, we're going to go to the weekend cons that I talked about October, early part of October. Here we go.
Looking for a unique paranormal experience? The Haunted Rock Island YMCA Paracon, October 7th, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. is just the event you're looking for. You will have the opportunity to investigate the Haunted Rock Island YMCA with ACG Paranormal. Visit with over 60 paranormal and metaphysical vendors from 8 or more states. And pre-order your t-shirts at dvinar@aol.com. Visit a psychic gallery reading, mediums, tea leaf reading, animal communication, dream interpretation, aura reading, tarot and oracle card readings, or get a Reiki healing. See a demonstration of the Estes method by Carly Bird. Presentations by Nick Simons and Aaron G. Thompson of 28 Days Haunted. Greg Bakken from Ghostbox Radio and headliner Rick Hayes, along with many folks you'll see on Paraflix. Be sure to like and follow our sponsors. Paraflix, WLTK DB Talk Radio LLC, Studio 6 Productions, Unturned Pages, and Ocean Eye Crystals. General admission is only $5 and all proceeds go directly to the Haunted Rock Island YMCA. For more information on the Haunted Rock Island YMCA Paracon and vendors, look for them on Facebook under events.
Hi, my name is Dale Kaczmarek, President of the Ghost Research Society. Just a very short video here to remind everybody of our upcoming second annual Midwest Spirit Fest to be held Sunday, October 8th, 2023 at the Thornton Distillery in Thornton, Illinois. There'll be speakers, vendors, psychic readings, and paranormal investigations of a haunted underground artesian well. If you're interested, please contact me at dale@ghostresearch.org through my Facebook page or my website. Thank you.
And end it with those ads. If you can go to both of those events, they're held on one on Saturday, one's on the Sunday. They're only a couple hours drive apart. I would, if I could get that neck of the woods. It's a long walk from here, but I would attend both events. They're both cheap. They both offer investigations at night of very haunted places. And ACG, I believe, is their name. They are a well-known, very good group. They do things the right way. I would recommend going. I would go something with them anytime. And of course, Dale Kaczmarek and I have ghost hunted several times together. Dale has been doing paranormal investigations since the early 70s. So both investigations would be a privilege to go on. To say nothing of the people you hear talking and giving advice on the paranormal, and the other people, they have their, as he said, psychic readings, reading tea leaves. So both of them sound like a lot of fun. and the investigations would be fantastic to hunt with either group, either Ghost Research Society or the ACG. I get that mixed up. Anyway, I would say go to those places. In there, you still got a while. It's not. I guess. Well, today is the first. Anybody watching this is on the networks, on the podcast networks. Yes, this was recorded on. Started out 10 o'clock at night on the 31st of August and ended up at 4:01 right now on the 1st of September. So this is a month changed while we were on this show. But anyway, a good one. I will be back Saturday night. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It will not be a rehash of this show, but I'm going to be showing some more video of some investigations. So I'm going to find something new in my archives. But until then, just remember, the paranormal never sleeps. Good night, everybody. Bones, go ahead and hit our outro. Where's our outro? There is our outro. Right there. Go ahead, Bones. Fire it up.
Thanks for watching our show. Be sure to tune in to next week as once again we journey way down south into Bayou Country for another heaping portion of Southern Fried Paranormal with Len Dorman and Bones. Make sure to like, share, and follow. Y'all come back now. You hear?